Good morning. Welcome to RSBN Live. I'm Matthew Alvarez alongside Robert McNeely here in studio as it's 7:32 this morning. A beautiful photo there from the Netherlands.
Oh, outstanding. And I noticed that everyone has the pastels. The king and queen look ravishing. And even President Erdogan, a little bit older now, but I like the teal tie. And then there's the Ukrainian leader in all black, as if he's at a funeral, but everyone with smiles with the exception of Mr. Zelensky. Maybe he'll be in a better mood today. But he owns a suit. It's an amazing development, as our one media pal in Washington, D.C. pointed that out in the Oval Office a few months ago. Do you own a suit? And apparently he does, so that's good news.
Yeah, he definitely said, okay, I'm on the world stage. I'm going to have to switch up my attire. So we see that from Vladimir Zelensky in The Hague, the Netherlands. So it's 7:33, of course. There's some video from early this morning, overnight hours. Of course, the time difference is quite a good contrast. So we'll be going to some of that video. Also, today we are going to have the president meeting with NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, along with Indo-Pacific partners. And then the president will hold that press conference out there. So, you know, there's a lot of world leaders around. I guess the president will hold his own press conference, it looks like.
Yes, and he has just met with the NATO Secretary General as well. A video will play back for you. And it seems as if, at least in the early stages of this, although it's a quick 24-hour trip, that President Trump is getting most of his demands met by NATO. The big goal, 5% GDP across the board for each nation to pay into the Security Pact.
So, exactly. So we're looking forward to seeing today's coverage. Thanks so much for streaming in early at 7:34 on the East Coast, 6:34 Central Time Zone, 4:34 out there on the West Coast. If people are waking up at 4:30 to watch, that's pretty awesome.
Maybe we're with you on your morning jog, and thank you for that. We look forward to it because, you know, you get a little more pep in your step during the summertime, but also important to watch all of these crucial world events. And perhaps this NATO summit could not come at a more important time. And these leaders having been together, in many cases, the last couple of weeks, whether it's Starmer, Maloney, Carney, as well as President Trump, all there for the G7, of course, in Alberta, Canada, which was cut short for President Trump having to respond to the Israel-Iran 12 days war. But now that is in a ceasefire. And President Trump extraordinarily successful in the fact that not only was this mission a success and our B-2s undetected as well as the Tomahawks obliterating these nuclear sites, but then he calls off the extra warplanes coming from Israel within the first hour of that. We saw how amped up and irritated he was leaving for this trip, and then everything was more smoothed out 2 hours later on Air Force One, dropping the F-bomb, just like he dropped those big, beautiful bombs on the Iran nuclear facilities. I think it was appropriate. It moved Bibi Netanyahu to back off to see if peace could actually have a chance. And you'll see that in this upcoming video with the NATO secretary, that clearly acknowledging you are a strong individual, you are tough, but you also are working overtime for peace. And it's such a good trend away from the neoliberal, neocon weakness of the living former presidents.
Exactly. So that sums up pretty much what happened over the past 24 hours as we are brought up to date. And then we see the president shifting gears along with the team, talking about the big, beautiful bill. We'll tackle some of that a little bit later today. But specifically today, of course, we'll be heading back out to the Netherlands to see President Trump in just a minute. We have a number of sponsors to get to. But before we start that sponsor, we can't forget about the Mountain Time Zone, 5:36 a.m. Eastern Time. So thanks so much for tuning in here live on Right Side. All Family Pharmacy, of course, a great sponsor here at the network. Disasters, of course, they don't wait, and neither should you. Power outages, blocked roads, empty pharmacy shelves. It only takes one emergency to leave you without the meds you need. So whether it's a hurricane, wildfire, or new virus threat, All Family Pharmacy, of course, is here for you. They make it easy to stock up on all sorts of medications, ivermectin and antibiotics, daily medications, and more than 200 essential medications. As we know, we've talked about a number of them here, including hydroxychloroquine. So what you'll get is that doctor's prescription and then fast delivery to your door. No insurance, no pharmacy lines, no last-minute scrambling, always good. RSBN viewers get 20% off. So just use that RSBN 20 promo code for that great percentage. Great company there, allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN.
Then when you find your health is all set and ready to go, Why not take care of your savings and your retirement with Colonial Metals Group? If you scan the QR code there, protect your IRA, 401k with gold, 100% tax-free. It's freegoldguy.com/RSBN. So scan that right there for you. And China wants to drop an economic Pearl Harbor on the United States. We know that to be true. And with all of their antics, from the warfare going on with Taiwan to buying up primetime American farmland around our military bases, thank God for President Trump and Republican governors, especially in the Southeast, who have dealt with that and trying to stop these insane Confucius institutes that have been at Harvard. And even those more right of center schools, you've seen these institutions pumping out propaganda from the Chinese Communist Party. So where does that leave you? I would go with the recommendation of U.S. Attorney Judge Jeanine Pirro over at Colonial Metals Group, with protecting your IRA, your 401k, 100% gold, tax-free. And it is something that stood the test of time. From 1971, when the Nixon administration went off the gold standard, gold going up over 7,000% in that time. So don't delay. Reach out to Colonial Metals Group today. Scan that QR code now, freegoldguy.com/RSBN.
Two awesome sponsors here at Right Side, along with all of our sponsors. Thank you so much for partnering with Right Side Broadcasting Network. As we saw some of the numbers the other day before we get to that video overnight with the Netherlands and the president there, the numbers are just, people are just watching. They're saying they really are shifting from mainstream over to places like Right Side Broadcasting Network, conservative media, because they were just sick of all those lies over there on the other side.
Yeah, and thank you for that, because it's all about getting it to you, the American people, who put this government into place. And we don't edit the speeches. We don't edit the press conferences. We just run them as a live desk in real time for you. And that's really the trend of where this is going. And that's a good thing, because it's more transparency in this 24/7 news cycle. So you can watch it live, you can scrub back and see everything. When the legacy media says, oh, President Trump said this, and then you go back and watch it, it might be the opposite. So it's always worth taking some time, especially on these major meetings like a NATO summit, because it has extreme consequences throughout the world.
Exactly. Yeah, picking a 7-second soundbite is great maybe for a speech to just cover, okay, this is what it was like the other day. But when they're trying to spin a narrative and they pick out just this much of the soundbite, that's not context. You got to have context, and that's what we bring you here, of course, at Right Side. So those of you, looked at some of the numbers already. Several people watching right now already this morning, so it's great to see all of you with us. We want to see what you want to see, and that's, of course, President Trump. You want to see Right Side Broadcasting Network bring it live, and that's what we're doing here this morning. And I believe we have videos from last night as well.
Yes, we do, and actually a great video regarding the meeting between President Trump and the NATO Secretary General, both teams, and high praise for President Trump, his leadership. And this was something where, in the first term, he somewhat dropped a surprise on them. He was very consistent on the campaign, but the globalists thought he would not go through with it, just simply getting NATO to pay their fair share and finding out if it is a treaty organization that is no longer obsolete post-World War II, because there's been a lot of back and forth with this, and this specific group has been in the highlight given what's been happening between Russia and Ukraine. And we would never advocate for Vladimir Putin on this network at all. But you have to look at where he stands in geopolitical world affairs, because the agreement was dating back to post-NATO. This is to the Clinton years. As long as Ukraine would get rid of their nuclear weapons, the Clinton administration agreed that the United States would defend them indefinitely. Really a bad plan. In turn, Sweden and Finland and other nations, especially in the Baltics, would not then join NATO. We know that Sweden and Finland have recently joined NATO, encroaching on that western border with Russia. So, good, bad, or the ugly, regardless of the leader, Vladimir Putin not thrilled with that. And although he should have never invaded Ukraine, and although he invaded the sovereignty of another nation, you could see where that concern would be. So you have to look at it, the CIA calls it blowback, from that 30,000-foot view. And that's something that President Trump is really able to do with his business prowess and his negotiation skills. So just to give you a quick rundown and a background of roughly 30 or so years of foreign policy. Thank you to our sponsors on the right side of history, angelpace.com. because without these great sponsors, we can't talk about these things like the Miracle Cream, the Orange option, a mosquito repellent, also a facial spray. They're Christian-owned, hire veterans out of the Lone Star State of Texas. So angelpace.com, experience that miracle today.
Also, outside of angelpace.com, of course, we have a number of sponsors to get to throughout the day. We'll be going there soon. Also, the video from overnight where President Trump is speaking says, according to the DoD rapid response on X, President Trump said, quote, "This was an unbelievable hit by genius pilots and genius people in the military, and they're not being given credit for it because we have," and then I'm going to have to, "because we have scum," it says there. That's the actual line, but we're going to also go to the full context of that video, and that's that case in point, right? We're not just going to read just the quote. We're going to get President Trump to say that as we will continue that here in just a second. Before we do, callshe.com/RSBN. There's a lot to talk about, isn't there, to bet and trade on, and that's what people are doing on callshe.com/RSBN. So check it out if you like. The app's great too, and it can be about anything: science, technology, politics, the world scene, whatever. Callshe.com/RSBN. Great sponsor here at Right Side. 7:44 this morning as we are awaiting President Trump to meet with a number of people, including specifically at 8:30. The president will meet with NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte along with Indo-Pacific partners. At 9 a.m. Eastern, the president will hold a press conference. So we'll have that. After that press conference, the president will head to the Amsterdam airport to head back to Washington, D.C. So we're going to be here throughout all of that coverage this morning. We're going to see Air Force One leave from Amsterdam right here. Glad you're with us. And those of you that are joining, as you know, every minute goes by because it is early in the morning, thank you so much for doing so.
It's an exciting time with President Trump really showcasing how good he is on the world stage as he visits the Netherlands for the NATO Summit and ending the 12 days war between Israel and Iran. Huge successes, all coming off of a G7 where he was only there for 24 hours and getting another trade deal with the UK. That's been buried in all this story. Oh, on top of it, domestically and stateside, how about that one big beautiful bill? So if President Trump can work overtime like this, United States Senate, get something to the desk. The House did what they needed to do with reconciliation, 215 and 214 vote. Even with the goofball Thomas Massey, always welcome on the show to explain his side of the aisle. But House Speaker worked overtime. Now it's time for the Senate Majority Leader, John Thune, the Republican Conference. Let's get a bill to President Trump's desk before the 4th of July. Let's also dive in now, the video with President Trump and the NATO General Secretary talking about the future of this organization.
I mean, if you take a look at the numbers, we're with them, and they have very big things to announce today. I don't know if you've taken the vote or you're going to take the vote, but I've been asking them to go up to 5% for a number of years, and they're going up to 5%, and that's a big, from 2%. And a lot of people didn't even pay the 2%. So I think that's going to be very big news. NATO is going to become very strong with us. And I appreciate doing it. Perhaps you want to talk.
Yeah. First, before we go to the spending, I just want to recognize your decisive action on Iran.
Thank you.
You are a man of strength, but you're also a man of peace. And the fact that you are now also successful in getting this ceasefire done between Israel and Iran, I really want to commend you for that.
Thank you very much.
And I think this is important for the whole world. Then on spending, it's absolutely true. I want to state here, without not have happened in 3 stages. When you became president in 2016, 2017, you forced Europeans and Canadians to pay more. At this moment, the result of that phase is 1 trillion extra aggregate defense spending by the Canadians and the Europeans. Then came phase 2, when you became president in January last year. Phase 2 is that all the countries not yet on 2% have now committed to the 2%. This is the old goal from Wales in 2014. 7 were not on 2%. Some were saying somewhere in the 2030s. Now this year, all of them, including Canada, including Italy, including Belgium, they have all now committed to the 2%. And now comes the big splash. Today, we will decide to go to 5%. We have to keep ourselves safe from our adversaries, but also because it is fair to equalize with the United States. With this 5%, the the Europeans and the Canadians will equalize their defense spending with the United States. So this is not about American taxpayers paying more. This is about Europeans, Canadians paying more. And again, this would not have happened. I'm really saying this here. And some people might criticize me, but then when I speak with them, they all say, yes, you're right. This would not have happened if you would not have been elected in 2016 and re-elected last year and back into office in January. So I want to thank you.
Well, thank you very much. It's a great victory for everybody, I think. And we will be equalized very shortly, and that's the way it has to be. It's going to be a lot of money, too, a lot of defense.
Trillions extra.
Yeah, and we have a great relationship, and we've had a great relationship from the beginning. Highly respected man, and yeah, we appreciate you being here too, everybody. We really do. We have a tremendous group of people on my left and a tremendous group of people on my right. They might be even better than my people. I don't know. Let's have a fight.
Sure.
Let's figure it out. Anyway, but we appreciate it, and we've had a tremendous relationship, Mark and I, and we've really worked on it for a long time.
Yeah.
When Biden was here, it just died. It just died like everything else died. And now it's you're going to take, I guess, a vote today, right?
Absolutely. Today we will decide unanimously to do this. That's my absolute conviction.
So we can't talk about it until the vote's taken, because sometimes, you know, strange things happen with those. But I think you're going to.
I'm not too worried.
I think you're going to do very well. Everyone's very happy about it. Go ahead. Yes.
Mr. President, how is the Iran-Israel ceasefire going, in your opinion?
I think very good. I think very good. Israel came back yesterday. I was so proud of them because they came back. You know, they went out because they felt there was a violation, and technically they were right, but it just wouldn't have worked out very well. And they brought the planes back. They had gone on to another journey because there was a little bit of a violation, and I said, you got to get them back. And they came back, and it was a great thing, and it's going very well.
Mr. President, what are your sort of response to the foreign minister saying she still wants to enrich nuclear?
Hello, Katie. She's so great, this one. Any question she asks, I'll answer. Well, maybe I better not say that. What was your question?
What is your response to the Iranian foreign minister continuing to say Iran will enrich uranium and pursue nuclear weapons?
Well, I don't know if they've said that, but I'll tell you, the last thing they want to do is enrich anything right now. They want to recover. And we won't let that happen, number one. Militarily, we won't. I think we'll end up having somewhat of a relationship with Iran. I see it. Look, I've had a relationship over the last 4 days. They agreed to the ceasefire. And it was a very equal agreement. They both said, that's enough. They both said it. But no, they won't do that. The last thing they want to do, Katie, is enrich. They're not looking to... They're not... Can you imagine after all of that, they're going to say, oh, let's go and do a bomb. You know, there could be a day in the future, and then somebody else taking our place will be saying, don't do it. And maybe they won't do it as well, I don't know. But they're not going to have a bomb, and they're not going to enrich. And we believe all of the stuff is down there. We don't think they had nearly the time, because to get that out is a very difficult thing. It's not like moving a package or taking this carpet up and moving it. It's very difficult. It's very dangerous to do. We believe it's all down there. We had a tremendous victory, a tremendous hit, and because of that, I don't think they would have been down there, because they knew we were coming. When they know we're coming, they're not going to be down in that 30 stories underground. So no, I think it was just a tremendous victory for everybody, including Iran. Look, they've got a country, and they've got oil, and they're very smart people, and they can come back. Israel got hit very hard, especially the last couple of days. Israel was hit really hard. Those ballistic missiles, boy, they took out a lot of buildings. And they've been great. Bibi Netanyahu should be very proud of himself. And they've really been great. But they're not going to be building bombs for a long time.
Mr. President, what's your reaction to the intelligence reports saying that the Iranian nuclear sites were only partially devastated, not entirely?
Yeah, well, they said it was actually, the report said it could have been they don't know. I mean, they did a report. I could have Pete talk to it because his department did the report. They really don't know. I think Israel's going to be telling us very soon, because Bibi is going to have people involved in that whole situation. We hear it was obliteration. It was a virtual obliteration. When you take a look at the ground above, don't forget, the flame is all underground. But everything above, if you look at the before and the after picture, everything above is burned black. The trees, everything. There's one building, but that's a building that sunk substantially into the granite. so that, you know, the fire goes right over it. It was, I believe it was total obliteration. I believe they didn't have a chance to get anything out because we acted fast. If it would have taken 2 weeks maybe, but it's very hard to remove that kind of material. Very hard and very dangerous for them to remove it. Plus, they knew we were coming. And if they know we're coming, they're not going to be down there. There aren't too many people that are going to be down there. Pete, do you have something to say about that?
Well, Mr. President, when you talk to the people who built the bombs, understand what those bombs can do, and deliver those bombs, they landed precisely where they were supposed to, so it was a flawless mission.
Flawless.
Right down where we knew they needed to enter, and given the 30,000 pounds of explosives and capability of those munitions, it was devastation underneath Fordo. And the amount of munitions, 6 per location, any assessment that tells you it was something otherwise is speculating with other motives. And we know that because when you actually look at the report, by the way, it was a top secret report, it was preliminary, it was low confidence. All right, so this isn't, you make assessments based on what you know. They
And
don't.
it said it could be very devastating, very serious.
Moderate
in
to
that
severe, and we believe far more likely severe and obliterated. So this is a political motive here.
Was there a leak investigation?
Of course, we're doing a leak investigation with the FBI right now because this information is for internal purposes, battle damage assessments, and CNN and others are trying to spin it to make the president look bad when this was an overwhelming success.
We had a tremendous success, and this is the New York Times. I call it the failing New York Times. It's going to hell. And CNN, which, as you know, very few people are watching. And you would think they'd do the opposite. You would think they'd want to say, this was an unbelievable success. And the thing that hurts me is it's really demeaning to the pilots and the people that put that whole thing together, the generals. That was a perfect operation. And when you look at the holes, and this was done from 52,000 feet, there was no moon, there was no light, and those 3 holes are right together. And also, and nobody talks about this, we shot 30 Tomahawks from submarines, in particular one submarine, but that was 400 miles away. Mm-hmm. And every one of those Tomahawks hit within a foot of where they were supposed to hit, took out a lot of buildings that Israel wasn't able to get. We took them out with Tomahawks. We don't even talk about that. This was a devastating attack, and it knocked them for a loop. And you know, if it didn't, they wouldn't have settled. If they had won, if we didn't take it out, they wouldn't have settled. Somebody mentioned that to me last night. If that thing wasn't devastated, they would have never settled. Marco, do you have something to say?
No, first of all this stuff about the intelligence, this is what a leaker is telling you the intelligence says. That's the game these people play. They read it, and then they go out and characterize it the way they want it characterized, and they're leakers. This is the game they play. So that's number one. Number two, here's a fact. The conversion facility, which you can't do a nuclear weapon without a conversion facility. We can't even find where it is, where it used to be on the map. You can't even find where it used to be because the whole thing is just blackened out. It's gone.
It's wiped out.
It's wiped out. Then we dropped 12 of the strongest bombs on the planet right down the hole in 2 places. Everything underneath that mountain is in bad shape. And I refer you to the statement of the IAEA, Mr. Grossi. You know what he said? He said there was Iran, the way it looked the day before the attack, and what their nuclear program looks like now. 2 very different things. They are way behind where they were just 7 days ago. Now, anything in the world can be rebuilt, but now we know where it is. And if they try to rebuild it, we'll have options there as well. But all this leaker stuff, these leakers are professional stabbers. That's what they are. They go out and they read this stuff, and then they tell you what it says against the law, but they characterize it for you in a way that's absolutely false. There's no way Iran comes to the table if somehow nothing had happened. This was complete and total obliteration. They're in bad shape. They are way behind today compared to where they were just 7 days ago because of what the president did.
Marco, can I just alert you to one other aspect? So the great thing is you took out the nuclear capability of Iran. This was crucial. You did it in a way which is extremely impressive. But the signal sends to the rest of the world that this president, when it comes to it, yes, he is a man of peace, but if necessary, he is willing to use strength, the enormous strength of the American military. So I think that signal to the rest of the world, this is far beyond Iran, is extremely important. So let me also point us to that aspect of what happens.
They went down, Iran went down to the site afterwards. They said it's so devastated, and they settled when they saw what we did to it. And frankly, if we didn't do that, they would have had a lot of ammunition to keep going. They wouldn't have settled. Somebody brought that up, and 2 Iranians went down to see it, and they called back, and they said, this place is gone. So it's just fake news by CNN, which has got no ratings. It's a failed network. Anybody here from CNN, by the way? Because you're really disgraceful network. MSNBC, I think, is actually worse. But they're all pretty bad. But yours is good, Katie, I'll tell you.
Mr. President,
You know what Marco reminded me that he did such a nice job there. It was 9 years ago I had to debate this guy. He was not easy. I think he even got better. But when you were into your little thing, I said, this is when I had to debate this guy. You think it's easy to debate him? It's not easy.
How long do you think that the Iranian nuclear program has been put back by these strikes? Years or totally?
I think basically decades, because I don't think they'll ever do it again. I just don't think they're going to do it. I think they're going to take their oil, they're going to have some missiles, and they'll have some defense. I think they've had it. I mean, they just went through hell. I think they've had it. The last thing they want to do is enrich. They've been trying to do it. By the way, it's hard to enrich. And, you know, when you look at a site like that, very, very hard to build. Very, very hard, very expensive. They spent trillions of dollars trying to do this thing, and they didn't come up with it. And we're actually getting along with them very well right now. But had we not succeeded with that hit ended the war. That hit ended the war. I don't want to use an example of Hiroshima. I don't want to use an example of Nagasaki. But that was essentially the same thing. That ended that war. This ended that with the war. If we didn't take that out, they'd be fighting right now.
Mr. President?
Yeah.
If the Iranians do rebuild, would the United States...
If they rebuild?
Would the United States strike it?
But I'm not going to have to worry about that. It's gone for years. Very tough to rebuild because the whole thing has collapsed. In other words, inside, it's all collapsed. Nobody can get in to see it because it's collapsed. You can't go in to see a room that has, 10 million tons of rock in it. And the tunnels are totally collapsed.
But if they rebuild?
Well, they've already looked at the tunnels. This was an unbelievable hit by genius pilots and genius people in the military, and they're not being given credit for it because we have scum that's in this group, and not all of you are. You have some great reporters, but you have scum. CNN is scum. MSDNC is scum. The New York Times is scum. They're bad people. They're sick. And what they've done is they're trying to make this unbelievable victory into something less. Now, even they admit that it was hit very hard, okay? But it wasn't hit hard. It was hit brutally, and it knocked it out. The original word that I use, I guess it got us in trouble because it's a strong word. It was obliteration. And you'll see that. And it's going to come out. Israel is doing a report on it now, I understand. And I was told that they said it was total obliteration. You know, they have guys that go in there after the hit, and they say it was total obliteration. And, I don't want it for me. I want it for the pilots. I want it for the military. They did such a good job. If you were in the Situation Room with me, with the generals and all of the people that did such a good job, and then they get demeaned by these idiots at CNN who can't get ratings, the place is dying, nobody wants to even waste their time going on their shows. So they form with the New York Times, who's dying also. Without Trump, you wouldn't have a New York Times.
And then just changing gears to your meeting with Zelensky later today, can you give us any preview of what the two of you might be discussing?
No, well, we'll discuss the obvious. We'll discuss his difficulty. He's got a little difficulty. Zelensky. He's a nice guy. I mean, I'm going to meet him today. I don't know. I assume we're going to be discussing Ukraine.
Yes.
And it seems like the most likely
Is there
subject.
any restart talks there or anything that you might do?
Well, we're going to see. I mean, I've spoken to Putin a lot, and he actually was very nice. He volunteered help on, as you know, on Iran. I said, no, I don't need help on Iran. I need help on Russia. Okay? I said, do me a favor. Help us on Russia, not on Iran. But he was very nice. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk. I think progress is being made. I think great progress is being made on Gaza. I think because of this attack that we made, I think we're going to have some very good news. I was talking to Steve Witkoff, who, by the way, is terrific, and who knows more about this subject than anybody, the subject of what we were just talking about. He was on last night with Jesse and with Laura and with Sean. And, boy, Susie, he has a great take on it. He just explains it so easily. He's really very knowledgeable. But he did tell me that Gaza is very close.
Mr.
I
President,
don't
just
know if we have to go to the audience.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, shall we go?
one follow-up on Iran. Both you and Secretary Rubio and Hexeth mentioned the leaders, but can you clarify, is the intelligence correct or is the intelligence wrong?
Well, the intelligence was very inconclusive. The intelligence says we don't know. It could have been very severe. That's what the intelligence says. So I guess that's correct. But I think we can take the we don't know. It was very severe. It was obliteration. And you'd think that a media outlet would say, isn't that a great thing? I mean, more importantly for the pilots, for the military, you take their guts out. You take their absolute guts out. They had a tremendous attack. It was a complete obliteration. The other team, the other group, Iran, said, let's stop this. And you know what? Israel said it too. Very smart. They fought like hell, and then they said, let's stop. And they're going to build themselves. And I really see it as sticking. I mean, we may do papers on it, Marco. Maybe we're going to do papers. I don't even know if you need them. They're not going to be fighting each other. They've had it. They've had a big fight, like two kids in a schoolyard. You know, they fight. You can't stop them. Let them fight for about 2-3 minutes. Then it's easy to stop them.
And then Daddy has to sometimes use strong language to
You have
get
to use
stopped.
strong language. Every once in a while, you have to use a certain word.
I think we have to join the others.
Yes, we're going to join some other group. Yes, thank you. Katie, one
Just one last question. Do you believe
I
that
only,
the strike...
she's so good. That's the only reason I typed it.
Thank you, Mr. President.
She used to be very difficult. Go ahead.
Do you believe that this strike on the Iranian nuclear program will lead to the release of the hostages in Gaza?
I think that it helped a little bit. It showed a lot of power. Yeah, I think it helped. But we got separately, even before this, we were very close to making a deal on Gaza. I think this helped, yes. Okay? Thank you, Katie.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
So they're also reviewing the plane.
Let's go. Thanks, guys.
See you standing there in the door.
It's up there.
This way, guys.
All right, so we're going to keep with that camera there because we see that the president will be shaking hands with a lot of people as well. But also, let's quote the president. He said, quote, CNN is scum, MSNBC is scum, New York Times is scum, and there would be no New York Times without Trump. That's a direct quote from the leader of the free world, and guess what? I agree.
It's a remarkable thing that you're watching a master class in real time on foreign policy and also the art of the deal. And he's done it for years, and the New York media and the real estate world prepared him for this moment and to be such a strong leader. As the NATO Secretary General put it, that without the American might and the military that took out the Iranian threat, we would not be here right now. So NATO is all cheers for President Trump, as it should be. And you see there on the side screen how great of a defense secretary Pete Hegseth has been. It's about time that we have a real soldier in that position leading the Pentagon.
And coming up next, it looks like the president will actually hold a press conference there in The Hague, the Netherlands. We'll have that in its entirety. I believe that this one will be live. That was earlier this morning, East Coast time. As, of course, the time difference there. But I believe the live 9 o'clock this morning will be live right here on Right Side. We'll have the entire press conference. It'll be great to hear from the president standing up there at that podium and taking on questions from foreign press, of course, press from the United States of America. Speaking of our country, we spoke about this earlier, the big, beautiful bill, that we would kind of dive into that a little bit. And you know, we were also talking off camera a little bit about the Senate, you know, the fact that what are they doing specifically today, Wednesday, June 25th, 8:06 in the morning out there in Washington, D.C. Are they getting into the Senate chambers? Are they going to be talking about the big, beautiful bill? Like, what is the specific schedule? So we'll look at it and talk about it. But, I mean, it's something that we see that the president and the White House staff, they want this to pass. And we know the budget needs to be balanced. We understand that. But this is something that the president is really pushing for, because most of what's in the big, beautiful bill, a lot of the promises from the campaign trail are in that bill as well.
Yes, absolutely. And every day there is a briefing that comes out from the White House regarding the big, beautiful bill, which was passed in reconciliation thanks to House Speaker by 215 to 214, Mike Johnson getting it through there. But this is a great generational opportunity. And if you look down the list, everyday Americans are joined by top lawmakers to detail how the one big, beautiful bill will work. And It's really been on the House side that has pushed this. So I hope the Senate gets to that business and delivers something by the 4th of July to President Trump's desk so we can avoid the massive tax hikes. But even Tony McAllister, the executive director of the Louisiana Loggers Association, says the one big beautiful bill is a chance for America to thrive. To quote, "It will finally give small businesses like ours a better opportunity to not just survive, but to grow and really succeed in this country. This legislation will lower the effective tax rate for producing in America, increase and make permanent the small business deduction, and double immediate small business expensing and reduce reporting burdens for small businesses." So it's a big win not only for border security, but for small businesses, for tax relief, and especially those in the hospitality industry. That was a big promise. Promises made, promises kept. President Trump delivering on this. It's time for the Senate GOP to do so, or 2026 will be a nightmare.
Also, within that framework, it looks like about 13% of the taxes that people that make $30,000 to $80,000 a year, it'll be a 13% tax decrease. On top of that, we know that the southern border, with the immigration bolstering all of that when it comes to more agents, higher pay, bonuses for them. Also, finishing the wall through the expenditures in the big beautiful bill. And on top of that, the overhaul of the aviation system across our country. So there's a lot of big things, including the Golden Dome for America. So there's just a lot going on there with the big beautiful bill. Let's shift gears quickly as we are getting ready to check out anything there live from NATO with the president, as he's going to have a press conference today to end his time there at the Netherlands. Then he'll be flying back to D.C., and we'll be here for that. We're going to watch the Air Force One take off from Amsterdam Airport in just a bit. But I'm looking at an article right now. There is a screen behind the camera, so if you see me looking over there, that's where I'm looking. So the Gateway Pundit says, insanity. The ESPN announcer has apologized for calling America great during an WNBA broadcast. She apologized for calling America great? I thought this woke insanity stuff kind of left already, but it seems like it's still around. I mean, obviously we know it's still around with some people, but it's wild to see that from an ESPN announcer saying, "Oh, I'm sorry for calling it great."
Well, you know, it's no surprise how they conducted everything with SportsCenter, and I'll call them out right now, how ridiculous they were to Sage Steele, to countless other anchors and reporters. We stand with you as well at Right Side Broadcasting Network, because many of them love covering sports, many of them great college and professional athletes who were forced to take on mandates against their own will. And we've seen the result of that, and welcome Sage Steele among countless others who have joined forces with Riley Gaines to bring common sense back to America, whether it's fighting to keep men out of women's sports or that you have conscious rights even in the workplace. Not only your inalienable rights from the American Constitution, but also the fact that you have bodily autonomy. Because nothing grinds my gears more than when people are taken advantage of in a situation like that. And, you know, SportsCenter, you lose. ESPN, you lose. I'm not a fan.
Well, it sounds like what President Trump said earlier. He said, quote, CNN, MSNBC, the New York Times, President Trump said this, is scum. And that the New York Times, they wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for Trump. That's a quote, direct quote from the commander-in-chief. So unfortunately, that's the thing about sports. We want to be able to enjoy our sports without any political involvement, in the sense of pushing a woke ideology. Having a president of the United States like Donald Trump show up to the Super Bowl, that's not making it political. He's the president that we voted for. He just went to watch the game. He didn't do a speech or anything, right? Mm-hmm. But when it comes to all of the other things that we saw over the years, we can get into all of them if we want to, but the point is, it's just good to see now that people stand for the national anthem in certain leagues out there. And we're still seeing some of the woke stuff try and squeeze through. And still, again, the ESPN announcer saying, sorry for saying America is great during that WNBA broadcast. What kind of pressure is that person under to have to apologize? Did that person really want to just apologize from her heart? Or was it ESPN saying, hey, you can't say that this country's great? I mean, anyway. So the ratings, to President Trump's point, they're going down with CNN, MSNBC, and other mainstream networks over there. And it's interesting to see some of the posts on Truth Social and X when it comes to what people are posting, some people, because conservative media is where the people are. Am I not right? The people of this country that resonate with truth are shifting over to conservative media and streaming is actually leading over cable and broadcast. That's not me saying it, that's the Nielsen ratings in May. TV streaming, not just news, but overall. I mean, think about it. How many of you have streaming at the house? I do. Do you, or do you have cable?
Yeah, it's all streaming.
Yeah, it's streaming. So that, I mean, everybody's going to that, and obviously we're already ahead of the curve because RSBN has streamed since day one, 2015. And maybe someday we'll be on some of these like Samsung Plus or Sling or something like that, but that's still streaming with Wi-Fi. Anyway, I feel where President Trump's coming from, because when something happens and there's a truthful thing that happens and then the media takes it and goes, no, that's not what happened, and spins it and throws it out to the left side of the aisle, that's exactly why I see his frustration.
Well, and you see too with even sports, something where the Mets, I don't know if you saw this, Matthew, but over the course of 7 or 9 games, they've lost every game. They're on a skid because they're playing the national anthem. When they play the national anthem, they broadcast a huge pride flag that's mixed with all the other isms. If you've seen any one of those big, broad, strange flags out there. So it's interesting to see where history is going right now in this conflict taking place in the culture. But I think ultimately the right side of things will win out because it encompasses common sense, individual liberty, and your ability to make decisions on your own part and defend your family, whether it's financially or what you want to do with your own specific American dream. And this administration really providing that path and doing so on the world stage. So we've seen this with great leaders from around the world, but regardless of the countries they come from, their forms of government, President Trump is willing, ready, and able to dialogue with everyone.
Exactly. And he'll have that press conference from The Hague, Netherlands, here shortly. So once that starts, we will go to it live. In the meantime, let's go to patriotaddictdeals.com. All of them are great products, but this one here, come on, the Trump Force One plane. I know you already have one. I hope there's some more left. I know there are because we're advertising it, but there's not many. So patriotaddictdeals.com, Trump Force One. How many times have you seen a Trump Force One fly over? Do you remember?
I want to say now, with that plane specifically, at least 2. So I was there with Megan Kohler. That was actually her first rally back in North Carolina, a very warm day in July. And we saw that flyover as the first one. It was late July, so it was post the assassination attempt. And that was extraordinary.
Yeah. So I saw it in Dayton, Ohio, and I believe somewhere else as well. I can't remember. But Dayton, Ohio, great because of the connection to aviation with Ohio, and then your connection with North Carolina with aviation. So pretty cool to see Trump Force One. You can get that model plane right there, patriotaddictdeals.com. Use the RSBN 20 promo code for 20% off. Awesome to see that product still ready for you to purchase. Also, Tax Network USA, 800-357-1450. You can settle your back taxes or at least get the ball rolling to figure out how to do that with this great company, tnusa.com.
Call 800-357-1415. Call today, don't delay. You want to protect yourself from the IRS and back taxes, whether you missed the April 15th deadline or you're trying to get ahead of what might be taking place. A smart thing to do, tnusa.com/RSBN. Never hurts to give a call to the Patriot experts who are on your side, protecting you from IRS overreach.
All right, so it is 8:15. We are covering the global scene right now. Of course, if there's anything new to update when it comes to Israel and Iran, we will. But in the meantime, if you go slightly to the northwest, up there, actually not slightly, several hundred miles, if not 1,000 or more miles to the Netherlands, we'll be watching President Trump there with his press conference. In other news, back here domestically, New York City just had their primary election yesterday to see who's going to be the mayor of the Big Apple, and it's quite the interesting race there. Andrew Cuomo, one of the top contenders, as they say. They're all Democrats. And then we've got this other person, I believe his name, I have to double check it, but let me get to what Congressman Brandon Gill just posted on Truth Social. The leading mayoral candidate in one of our largest cities, New York City, is a Muslim socialist who wants to defund the police and globalize the intifada. This isn't the America you grew up in. Mass migration is fundamentally transforming our communities and the electorate. It has to stop. That from Congressman Brandon Gill. So it's interesting because, let's call a spade here. Nobody likes to say, oh, this about this religion or that about this religion. But here's the thing. thank God we have freedom of religion in America, first. Second, any religion that does say part of it, or whether it's radical or whatever, to kill anybody or death to whatever, is awful. So we'll just keep it there for now. But if you look at the New York Post, it's Zohran Mamdani. He is the one that is so-called leading in New York City. But the problem there is, if you look at London and the UK, where this is happening with similar candidates, that mass migration and just letting everybody come in there and try and take over this whole country is what's happening there. And that, if New York City goes to that mayor, that's not a good thing. It's just straight up not a good thing. So I'm not sure your thoughts on that, Robert, but that's where I stand.
When I was running for the Wheaton, Illinois City Council, this is nearly a decade ago now, we actually met with the Lions Club, a Karlskoga, Sweden city planner. Now it's a sister city, and I love the sister city programs because you can learn a lot internationally and do foreign policy at the municipal level like President Trump is doing with NATO. This gentleman happened to play football at Indiana University and also served in the Swedish version of what would be our Navy SEALs. So a military background, but also having been educated in the United States. He said in that moment, most of you may not like hearing this, but it's the mass migration that's come in with young radical Islamic men that has destroyed Sweden and destroyed our culture. We've turned our back on our religious foundation with this turn for accompanying or accommodating the radical ideologies. And you could hear a pin drop in the room. So
exactly,
it's really something interesting to listen to, and it's a beautiful country as well. So we hope that it does remain that way. But as we know, many learn the hard way, just their illegal immigration programs that led to rape and mass murder and just a slew of violence that was not something that these countries have seen in Europe in a long time.
And we're not talking about people that may look different in the sense of there's black people, there's white people, there's Arab, there's Asian, that's part of what God made. That's great, that's wonderful. There are people that look like anything, and are Christian or Jew. It doesn't mean that they're a radical Muslim killer if they're an Arab. My point is there are Arab Christians and all that. What I'm trying to say here is specific. When it comes to radical Islam, I traveled to Chad, Africa, Jamaica, one of the poorest countries on earth back in the day in college for a Christian mission trip. I went with a group of people, worked with YWAM, Youth with a Mission, okay? So I have a little bit of experience when it comes to being boots on the ground in an area that is predominantly Muslim. And so the story I'd like to share with you, just to give a little context, is when we would travel from town to town, and when you're younger, you find faith. I found faith in Jesus, and I'm like, man, I really love this, and I still do. And we went to town and just, ministered or helped build a house, whatever it was, but had the experience of being there with Muslims. And we were driving from town to town, and we would stop 5 times a day. And Muslims that we would be sitting next to in the same transport vehicle, they would get out, they would pray. The ones that were with me were Christian, so we would go and pray, and then we'd come back into the vehicle and keep on driving. So this is not against Muslim faith that I'm talking about here. I don't believe in that faith, but my point is specifically those that say you will die if you're not a Muslim. Those radicals are what we're talking about. So, and you can go on any national network too. People talk about this specific thing. I'm not the first one to talk about it. We get it. That's why President Trump did what he did with the Iranian situation with the nuclear sites there. He said, well, they can't have a nuclear weapon. But, all right, so all that context to say that trip was wild, to be honest with you. One other quick story about that, since we're talking global scenes today. I remember we were in this marketplace area, and some of the buildings are just made out of like mud huts and stone. And people are walking everywhere, and we're there. And when you're in college, sometimes you think you're invincible and you can do anything. My parents were saying, I don't know about going on that trip. Well, we went on it for 2 weeks. And I remember there's somebody selling face plates for watches. And he literally on a cardboard board there. And had all these different faceplates. And it had the flag of Chad and all these different things, Chad, Africa. One of the faceplates was Osama bin Laden's picture. And they were selling this. And I realized I'm not on American soil right now. Look at this. I cannot believe this is being sold. I remember we were praying outside of a mosque out there. I mean, a lot of wild stories that I'm just thinking about right now, but I'm bringing it all up because we were just talking about mass migration. We were just talking about different faiths. We stand against any radical Muslim situation. And the people in London, if you spoke like this, you'd have somebody knocking on your door. But again, if I was born in Syria and I'm a Christian in Syria and I'm not white and I'm an Arab, I don't care. I'm just talking about from the perspective of truth. And so we have to kind of really realize that, hey, this is the reason why we don't want mass migration. And this New York City mayor situation, even the New York Post is coming up and saying, we don't want this guy. He's a socialist, you know, and continues on. So you might want to stop me because I'll keep going.
Well, no, it shows, I mean, to your point, Matthew, it shows why President Trump is such a success on the world stage. He defines the threat, radical Islamic terrorism, something Barack Hussein Obama would not do, along with the auto pen. They then gave a ransom of billions of dollars, sending a plane in the middle of the night to appease these Iranians. Why did they do that? Meanwhile, he's nation building. He's trying to take out Gaddafi in Libya, which that was one of his only successes. But 9 times plus, he went in without congressional approval. And now somehow these Democrats are trying to claim the War Powers Act of 1973 against President Trump, when it was well reported within 48 hours, a lot quicker than that, the operation that took place in Iran. And again, to your point, we have 22 new martyrs that, God willing, are in heaven, who are at Greek Orthodox Mass in Syria, who were blown up in a beautiful, ornate Coptic church. That should have never happened.
See, this is really, when you talk about this and you bring up these points, and this is what I love about conservative media. Robert didn't go and change the subject. He didn't go to some bull BS, you know what I'm saying, left-wing talking point. He didn't divert. He actually said, no, that's true. This is what happened. And when you say that, I don't know, I'm feeling passionate about this today because we don't cover it a lot. Mainstream media doesn't touch it. But the people in Nigeria, when you're at church, if you're a Christian there, and then you've got radical Muslims who go and kill people and shoot people and go and blow up churches, and you've seen that in the Congo, you've seen that in Nigeria, you've seen that in Syria. This is something that I believe the free world, whether you're a Christian, a Jew, a practicing Muslim who's not radical, we really got to start speaking up against this. And I already know that that's been happening indirectly, but I'm wearing my heart on my sleeve here without a script, no teleprompter on it, because enough is enough with this. And we need to have that peace throughout the world. Of course, that President Trump, that's what he wants to be, is a peacemaker. So hopefully the killing will stop. I still can't believe that there are bombs that are going off, that were going off in Tel Aviv and Tehran, these airstrikes back and forth. I still can't believe that Tel Aviv, a very wealthy city that Christians, Jews, Muslims all work and they just live their lives. I cannot believe that city was getting airstrikes to it. I still can't believe it. But
yeah, and that's why President Trump had the language he had. You know, and I try not to use that language as well. Sometimes it's heated in the moment, but that's why he's upset. So for those of you who might comment that I'm not really for that, thank God that you can walk in every Sunday, for the most part, in peace. And usually you have a police officer outside of your church, your synagogue, your mosque, wherever it is in the United States. And you can worship freely in this country, because it's not the case all around the world.
Exactly. Before we go to our next sponsor, final word is this. On the personal side of it, you know, we are allowed to, with freedom of speech and freedom of religion, still share what we believe in here at the network, you know, and what I believe specifically. And I know this is what Robert believes. And, you know, we show a Providence Baptist Church on Sundays here. So we are, yes, a Christian network, but we also cover everything. And if I was just saying only Christian things, I talked about Jews, I talked about Muslims and that kind of thing, because there's a difference. There's conservative freedom news reporting. That's what we're doing here at Right Side. But on the personal level, yes, a Christian. I believe in Jesus Christ of Nazareth. I believe that he died and rose again on the third day, and I believe he's the way to heaven, all right? And I've seen this on some other conservative networks, people praying and all that kind of thing. We've prayed here at the network, and I know a majority of this country, we are from a Christian standpoint. So there you go. I mean, our country founded with the Old Testament, the New Testament, Jews and Christians. So there we go. And we hope that peace will happen. We hope that everything will work out. But it is tough to see these reports from around the world where fellow brothers and sisters in Jesus Christ or Jews, of course, here in this country or anywhere would be getting killed, just like you said in Syria just the other day. Someone walked in there and did what they did. So, one final point is God is watching, and God will take care of business when He wants to take care of business. It's not up to us. He's going to take care of it. We pray, we work hard, and that's the difference. God's going to judge. And the people that are radical Muslims, the people have taken in their hands, and they read it from whatever their scripture says, that if you don't believe such a way, an infidel, that we would kill them. That's what the radicals believe. That's not what we're saying as Christians. That's not what we're saying as Jews. And the Muslims that are peaceful are not saying that as well. And there's a difference. The Muslims that are peaceful, they're against the terroristic acts of these radicals, right?
Well, that's why he had such a unified voice, including Palestinian leader Mahmoud Abbas, who joined many Arab and Muslim nations and said the attack on Qatar, the attack on the United States will not stand, and that Iran is out of line. And the strongest voice being that of Saudi Arabia. But thank you to the Emir of Qatar, who was warned by the Iranians and then warned President Trump and the United States. And really, I think the Iranians realized that they really didn't have any choice but to do it to show Iranian state media that, oh, we're fighting back. But it's good to see that the Muslim world, the Arab world with traditional rivals in the United States and Israel, they're now all coming together for world peace. But thank you to our sponsors on the right side of history, mypillow.com/RSBN, this exclusive sale. If you can't get a good night's rest, why would you want to go anywhere else? Because these guys, I'm telling you, Mike Lindell is the best. He's a master marketer. mypillow.com/RSBN. Call today, don't delay, 800-836-7566. And as he put it recently, can't believe the words are coming out of my mouth. It is a $39.98 value, nearly $40 on the house. With God, all things are possible. The multi-use MyPillow 2.0. We know Mike's story. We know how he fights for freedom of speech, the founding documents. And you can get all of that, mypillow.com/RSBN.
All right, so it is the bottom of the hour, 8:29 Eastern. Thanks so much for joining us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. At about 9 o'clock, President Trump will hold a press conference from The Hague, the Netherlands, there at NATO. After that press conference, he's going to head on his way to Amsterdam Airport, take Air Force One back here to the United States. We'll cover all of that in the sense of once he takes off, then we'll be wrapping up the broadcast for this morning. All right, let's also go to the following. RSBN, if you'd like to donate to us, all you have to do is text RSBN to the number you see on the bottom right of your screen. So if you really would like to donate to us, you could hit pause right now and screenshot that or take a photo of that number. But just text RSBN to 855-575-7888. You don't have to use the 1. I already did this the other day. I typed RSBN and typed in 855-575-7888. Obviously, we have great sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, but also those of you that have donated over the years, you're really giving into conservative media. You're really investing into it by just donating. And we're being straight up here. Obviously, you see Robert, you see me, you've seen Christina Loren, you've seen Megan Kohler, but this can expand to something that is even bigger and better than it is today. And that can only really happen with dollars and cents. So if you'd like to donate to RSBN, just text RSBN 855-575-7888. All right, so it's 8:30. We got to wind it down. That was I didn't know we were going that direction, but
me neither.
But I mean, we did.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
Right.
not the easiest thing to talk about, but it's still something that is important.
Oh, it is. And that's why President Trump has made this a huge part of his foreign policy. There's no rose-colored glasses. He sees the world as it is and will deal with it. And it's good to have someone who truly is in the middle, in the center in a lot of ways. I think President Trump's conservatism really comes from a pragmatic approach of common sense. It's positive populism. It's not an ideology. He's never been really an ideological person on the far right or the far left. He's looked at, has this worked, has this not worked? And going back to all of those different interviews with Oprah, to Tim Russert, God rest his soul, who was one of truly the last classical American journalists, did an amazing job. Meet the Press, which once was a great show, now not so much on Sunday mornings, but remember Tim and President Trump having discussions on really tough issues, and President Trump watching all this, especially as being president, in some cases will do a pivot or even change based upon what's taking place, specifically on the abortion issue, for example, and he delivered it. He wasn't someone who was traditionally pro-life going into this, but over time, it's like, we have to handle this situation because Roe v. Wade's not working for people. On top of it, it's unconstitutional. And he appointed those judges and justices who ultimately said, yeah, this has been 50 years of judicial overreach. We're going back to our founding documents, and we're going to let the states decide. So in a lot of ways, he's simply the Federalist president. He's someone who believes in the foundations of our country, our Constitution, and the oath that he swore upon on January 20th. He actually believes in those things, unlike certain people in the globalist.
100% right. And the globalists are a whole nother topic, along with people that are trying to do terrible things out there. We can get into a lot of different topics. We went a little deeper on the one there today, but this is live from the Netherlands right now. So you're seeing a live picture there. What we are seeing is that President Trump will meet with the NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte along with Indo-Pacific partners. Is that happening now, guys? Let's go there live if it is.
Let's press as well, I can assure you. They were a little sleepy. They just So, yes. Absolutely. Well, I just want to thank the Netherlands. They've done a great job. You've done a great job. And this was a tremendous summit. And I enjoyed it very much. Enjoyed it very much. And thank you. I stayed through every one of those speeches. Everyone. And some were good and some weren't quite as good.
Yeah, I know. I realized, yes.
But
I was listening as well. Yes.
Yeah. You did a beautiful job.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for being at the NATO Summit. I think together we made a big achievement in NATO today, and going and agreeing on the 5% and making a real big step forward. Right. And now working together on defense industry and make sure that we got the deterrence and defense in the Western world, Europe, America, Canada, together, make it strong.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Big decisions today.
Great honor.
Yes, my honor.
So thank you very much, everybody. We're going to have a press conference in a couple of minutes. So.
Thank you, Press.
How about we'll do that? We're going to do it in a couple of minutes. Some great statements just came out from the Israeli Atomic Energy Commission and from Iran, as you know, that it was complete, total destruction. And CNN turned out to be fake news, as always. That's why they have no credibility. That's why they have no viewers. But we're going to read it to you if you haven't seen it. Have you seen it, Jeff?
Yes, sir.
Have you seen it?
Yes,
okay.
Sir.
Pretty good. Very unfair to the pilots that risk their lives for our country, and then they get fake news, New York Times and CNN, make up a phony story to get some hits. That's the only reason I cared about it, because those pilots were so brave. I've never seen anything like it. They flew into the hornet's nest, and then they got hurt so badly by what the fake news wrote. And it was CNN, it was the New York Times, and they're both disgusting, really horrible groups of people. The pilots did an unbelievable job like nobody's ever seen. They hit pay dirt. You see where I guess you probably look, they call it the wound. You see where the wound is on the earth, and 3 of them right next to each other. Perfect. And they should be admired and respected for what they did. And the fake news, in order to try and hit me, the fake news made them look bad, but now they look really good again. So that was the Israeli Atomic Energy Commission, and it was also about the High Commission of Iran. Just said it was totally demolished. But we're going to have a news conference in a couple of minutes, and we'll see you, because I don't want to burden the Prime Minister with this. Okay? Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. I love the Netherlands. Are you from the Netherlands?
Yes.
I love the Netherlands.
Is the Netherlands second?
What is it?
If America is first, if the Netherlands is then second.
Oh, no, well, I know some people put it first. Have a good time, everybody. Thank you. I'm going to have, I think the summit was fantastic. It was a big success. You had great people here. Everybody showed up. There were all the prime ministers and the presidents and the kings and the queens, right? And I actually had breakfast today with a king and a queen who were beautiful. beautiful people. Central casting, I must say. Very nice. We had a great time. We thought the Netherlands was fantastic, and I think you did a fantastic job.
Thank you.
Thank
we
you
made
very
big
much.
decisions today at the NATO
Yeah,
Summit,
big-
so
big
that's
things
important.
happen.
Yes,
Mr.
absolutely.
President, you said you would clarify your stance on Article 5 just yesterday. Is that something you can explain
I stand
today?
with it. That's why I'm here. If I didn't stand with it, I wouldn't be here.
So you would defend countries even
Well,
if
what
they
did
don't
I
pay
just
out
say?
their fair
Yeah,
share?
of course. Why would I be here? Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, press.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, press. Let's go.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
All right, so live all the way to the end, even to the color bars there, as we saw President Trump there speaking about the fact that there's a press conference in just a few minutes. We'll bring that to you live. You're watching RSBN Live. It's 8:37. I'm Matthew Alvarez, and this is
Robert McNeely. We're always having a joy to be with you on RSBN Live Desk. President Trump's trip to The Hague, Netherlands for the NATO Summit.
Exactly. All right, so let's talk about one other item here in just a second when it comes to Iowa. We'll tell you that in a second. Let's go to All Family Pharmacy first. Obviously, disasters, they don't wait, and neither should you. Power outages, blocked roads, empty pharmacy shelves. It only takes one emergency to leave you without the medications you need, whether it's a hurricane, wildfire, or a new virus threat. All Family Pharmacy is here for you. They have a lot of different prescriptions. I mean, more than 200 essential medications, ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, and there's no insurance needed, no pharmacy lines, no last-minute scrambling, and you can get 20% off all the way to the end of the month, so a few days yet, June 30th, 5 days now. Use the RSBN 20 promo code, and you get that 20% off with allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. And I assume we're going to go to Colonial Metals Group next. Is that right, producer? All right, let's go for it.
And make sure you take care of your savings. With Colonial Metals Group, scan the QR code now, freegoldguide.com/RSBN. Chinese Communist Party wants a Pearl Harbor of sorts for the United States when it comes to the economy because we are challenging them on a global stage. We're standing up to them. They're manipulating their currency. They're taking on Taiwan, and we're not going to stand for the primetime American farmland they bought up around our military bases and the Confucius Institutes that they put on this campus to push propaganda across this great country of ours. So what does that mean for your savings and your retirement? Colonial Metals Group, endorsed by U.S. Attorney Judge Janine Pirro, a great way to go when it comes to securing your financial future. So protect your IRA, 401k with gold, 100% tax-free. And going on now, receive $7,500 on the house in free silver if you purchase anything with Colonial Metals Group. freegoldguide.com/RSBN for your free 2025 no obligation gold guide.
All right, so 8:39, great sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting Network and great products there as well. So please, take your time and take a look at them. Also, when we go through some of the different sponsors here, if you want more information, or maybe you just started listening at the last second or started watching and you're like, what was that again? Just please hit pause and scrub back a bit and you can check it all out, or just watch it on replay, the entire broadcast, as we're about 20 minutes from the top of the hour, and we'll be having this press conference there in the Netherlands with President Trump. Okay, let's talk about Iowa, the fact that the America 250 kickoff rally is going to be on July 3rd. So it's going to be Rally Day in America once again, Robert.
I'm looking forward to it. It's always exciting to see what's become a Jubilee year from Flag Day now through the 4th of July next year, 250 years of this great country to celebrate our foundation and a renewed American spirit.
So we're looking forward to that speech. We'll have it here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. That's on July 3rd. So that's next Friday, I believe, right? So yeah, looking forward to it. Also, a year from now, and some change, will be our 250th birthday here in this country. So a great celebration to be had at that point. That'll be July 2026, leading up to the midterms of next year. So a lot of news from now until then and beyond. And glad to cover it here with you guys on RSBN Live. All right, so this press conference, we'll see which direction it goes, but we know where President Trump stands when it comes to CNN, MSNBC, and the New York Times, calling them all three scum today. And also saying that the New York Times wouldn't be the New York Times without, quote, Trump. So great to hear from the president, and people on the right side of history tend to agree with those statements there because we've seen what they do on the left. But, it'd be great to just, as the ratings go down, we just won't even talk about them anymore because nobody's really watching them and they're irrelevant. And I think that's the whole thing. It's like, what is relevant versus irrelevant? And just the left-wing media just no longer has the trust of the American people, and that is where it's key. Who do you trust when it comes to the news? And what we're doing here, of course, is we share our opinions, we share our commentary, we share our analysis, but it's based in whether it's the Bible, the Constitution, common sense, right side of history. And then we show you, of course, the entire press conference or the entire speech. So it's something where if you listen to us when we're in commentary mode, analyzing, riffing it, talking here, you can kind of be like, well, yeah, I agree with that, or no, I don't agree with that. And that's okay. That's part of freedom of speech and kind of how the news is, right? There's opinion editorial. But as you guys saw over the past few days, if you just watched some of the replays, there was direct news reporting of what was happening there in the Middle East and that kind of thing. So we have different buttons or different hats to wear here at the network.
Mm-hmm. And some outlets will just ignore the course of the last few days and hours, and President Trump, as he works diligently to secure the country and do it abroad, with the UN or the NATO Secretary General very pleased with what took place in Iran and President Trump's strong positioning on it, really to save the world and prevent a nuclear fallout.
Exactly. All right, so 8:44. It's listed, 8:43. It's listed for a 9 a.m. press conference start time. You heard the president there live say something like, in a few minutes we're going to have a press conference. That may mean the 9 o'clock one. He may have that press conference earlier. Who knows? But we do know right after that press conference, we'll continue our live coverage here at Right Side, as the president will go to Amsterdam Airport, then fly an Air Force One back here to the States. So looking forward to that coverage as well. It's always cool to see Air Force One out there. And I know you were on that plane before, and quite the experience.
Yes, it is. It's amazing hospitality, and the president comes back to that press outlet and will answer questions just as he did yesterday, and I'm sure today. And it's really remarkable because usually they'll be summoned up the press pool into the office, but he would rather come back, and he is the most accessible president in American history. Exactly.
And alongside our greats that we've had here, our founding fathers, and onward to Abraham Lincoln and others. So great to have someone that is doing the right thing for the American people. It was an interesting time over the weekend because, of course, people were saying we don't want to get into a long-term war and that kind of thing. And President Trump, it says the same thing. He doesn't want that. These strikes appear to be great. And we're looking forward to seeing things like the big, beautiful bill, get worked on in the Senate as we continue to cover what happens in Washington, D.C. here on Right Side. Let's go to angelpaste.com as well out of Spring, Texas. Of course, the Angel Paste Miracle Cream and the other products on there. I know you're well-versed in all the products on there. I've been on angelpaste.com as well. So it's cool that there's more than the Miracle Cream, even though that's like the flagship showcase product.
Right. And you have the orange option, also the mosquito spray that's all natural, and a facial spray that you can take on the go. They're a Christian-based company. They also hire veterans out of Spring, Texas and the Houston Metroplex. They're right off the Gulf of America. So that's why it's important to look at the website and see all the different options, because those mosquitoes are kind of nasty this time of year, especially near the Gulf of America. But angelpaste.com, great patriots who want the best for this country and believe in the founding principles that you believe in. Experience that miracle today at angelpaste.com.
Let's go to callsheet.com/RSBN, the QR code right in between Robert and I, right about there. All right, so if you go to that, then you can check out all sorts of things to bet and trade on. So talking weather, science, sports, technology, all sorts of things. Just go to callsheet.com/RSBN and use the app as well, Callsheet app. It's pretty cool stuff. So great sponsor here on Right Side, 8:46 this morning. It is Wednesday, June 25th. Next week on July 3rd, it's a Thursday, President Trump will be in Iowa at the Iowa State Fairgrounds. I do believe that the same event will happen on July 4th for the 250th birthday at the same location. According to Agenda 47, back in the day, they were saying Iowa State Fairgrounds is where they would hold that that celebration. So we're having like a preview, a mini preview next week in Iowa. So looking forward to seeing that coverage and being a part of that coverage on Thursday. So as of now, not hearing any other reports about which world leaders will be visiting the president at the White House. That's where Carolyn Levitt usually comes in with the press conferences. And isn't it great that we hear from her as well back here stateside?
Yeah, she's outstanding. She really is the GOAT of press secretaries and someone who is serving President Trump so well. And again, another masterclass in how to be a communications specialist or a press secretary. You're representing someone else, not like Karine Jean-Pierre, who represented the auto pen. Now, granted, she didn't know who she was representing because we have yet to know who actually signed those auto pen pardons and potential bills into law, which would be then null and void. But what a change over the course of the last 4 years.
Exactly. All right, let's shift gears slightly as we continue to cover NATO right now, and we'll be watching this press conference as soon as it starts there live from The Hague in the Netherlands, and then President Trump again will be headed back here to D.C. So today's Wednesday, so tomorrow, Thursday, 6 p.m., The Voice of Reason with Robert McNeely. Let's talk about that. Let's break that show down a little bit for the viewers, because we see here, this is like RSBN Live and, you know, we're live and here's the news. But your show's a bit more relaxed. Can you talk to us about it?
Yeah, it's more of that just discussion form. We go long form into the interviews, and we want to bring everything that's politics, culture, music, and sports, a little tash of Western culture as well, some fun, and some serious topics. So we just dive a little bit deeper on all those things in the prime time. So catch us every Thursday at 6 o'clock Eastern.
All right, so that will be episode 3, I believe, tomorrow. So look forward to that at 6 o'clock Eastern tomorrow night. All right, so as of now, let's double check on Truth Social. President Trump posting a post about Secretary Marco Rubio, saying the fact that the Secretary of State said, quote, "There's no way Iran comes to the table if somehow nothing had happened. This was complete and total obliteration. They're in bad shape." That, according to the Secretary of State. President Trump also speaking about that this was an unbelievable hit in Iran by genius pilots and genius people in the military. Maybe we should do this at this point, since we did air President Trump's meeting with the NATO Secretary General earlier. We know that the press conference starts in about 11 minutes from now. I believe that lasted about 9 minutes. Is that about right? So, Director, let's go to the press conference, or let's go to the meeting between the NATO Secretary General for the viewers that just joined us and have been joining us since we played it at the top of the broadcast. Is that video something we can go to now, guys? The video that we're looking at is the video where President Trump was speaking with the NATO Secretary General for about 9 minutes. We aired it at the beginning of the broadcast. If we can throw to that, that'd be great. And then the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. Okay, so it's 18 minutes long. So we could do this still. We could go to it, keep a split screen up maybe, and then we could cut out of that and go to the press conference live for the people that haven't seen the President's commentary there, talking about CNN, MSNBC, the New York Times, and all of that. So let's go to that right now here as it's 8:50, Wednesday, June 25th.
We're with them, and they have very big things to announce today. I don't know if you've taken the vote or you're going to take the vote, but I've been asking them to go up to 5% for a number of years, and they're going up to 5%, and that's a big, from 2%. And a lot of people didn't even pay the 2%. So I think that's going to be very big news. NATO is going to become very strong with us, and I appreciate doing it. Perhaps you want to talk.
Yeah. First, before we go to the spending, I just want to recognize your decisive action on Iran.
Thank you.
You are a man of strength, but you're also a man of peace. And the fact that you are now also successful in getting this ceasefire done between Israel and Iran, I really want to commend you for that.
Thank you very much.
And I think this is important for the whole world. Then on spending, it's absolutely true. I want to state here, without not have happened in 3 stages. When you became president in 2016, 2017, you forced Europeans and Canadians to pay more. At this moment, the result of that phase is 1 trillion extra aggregate defense spending by the Canadians and the Europeans. Then came phase 2, when you became president in January last year. Phase 2 is that all the countries not yet on 2% have now committed to the 2%. This is the old goal from Wales in 2014. 7 were not on 2%. Some were saying somewhere in the 2030s. Now this year, all of them, including Canada, including Italy, including Belgium, they have all now committed to the 2%. And now comes the big splash. Today, we will decide to go to 5%. We have to keep ourselves safe from our adversaries, but also because it is fair to equalize with the United States. With this 5%, the Europeans and the Canadians will equalize their defense spending with the United States. So this is not about American taxpayers paying more. This is about Europeans, Canadians paying more. And again, this would not have happened. I'm really saying this here. And some people might criticize me, but then when I speak with them, they all say, yes, you're right. This would not have happened if you would not have been elected in 2016 and re-elected last year and back into office in January. So I want to thank you.
Well, thank you very much. It's a great victory for everybody, I think. And we will be equalized very shortly, and that's the way it has to be. It's going to be a lot of money, too, a lot of defense.
Trillions extra.
Yeah, and we have a great relationship, and we've had a great relationship from the beginning. Highly respected man, and yeah, we appreciate you being here too, everybody. We really do. We have a tremendous group of people on my left and a tremendous group of people on my right. They might be even better than my people. I don't know. Let's have a fight. Let's figure it out. Anyway, but we appreciate it, and we've had a tremendous relationship, Mark and I, and we've really worked on it for a long time. And when Biden was here, it just died like everything else died. And now it's, you're going to take, I guess, a vote today, right?
Absolutely. Today we will decide unanimously to do this. That's my absolute conviction.
So we can't talk about it until the vote's taken, because sometimes, strange things happen with those. But I think you're going to
I'm not too worried.
I think you're going to do very well. Everyone's very happy about it. Go ahead, yes.
Mr. President, how is the Iran-Israel ceasefire going, in your opinion?
I think very good. Israel came back yesterday. I was so proud of them because they came back. They went out because they felt it was a violation. And technically they were right, but it just wouldn't have worked out very well. And they brought the planes back. They had gone on to another journey because it was a little bit of a violation. And I said, you got to get them back. And they came back, and it was a great thing. And it's going very well.
Mr. President, what is your response to the foreign minister saying she still wants to enrich nuclear?
Hello, Katie. She's so great, this one. Any question she asks, I'll answer. Well, maybe I better not say that. What was your question?
What is your response to the Iranian foreign minister continuing to say Iran will enrich uranium and pursue nuclear weapons?
Well, I don't know if they've said that, but I'll tell you, the last thing they want to do is enrich anything right now. They want to recover. And we won't let that happen, number one. Militarily, we won't. I think we'll end up having somewhat of a relationship with Iran. I see it. Look, I've had a relationship over the last 4 days. They agreed to the ceasefire. And it was a very equal agreement. They both said, that's enough. They both said it. But no, they won't do that. The last thing they want to do, Katie, is enrich. They're not looking to, can you imagine after all of that, they're going to say, oh, let's go and do a bomb. There could be a day in the future, and then somebody else taking our place will be saying, don't do it. And maybe they won't do it as well, I don't know. But they're not going to have a bomb, and they're not going to enrich. And we believe all of the stuff is down there. We don't think they had nearly the time, because to get that out is a very difficult thing. It's not like moving a package or taking this carpet up and moving it. It's very difficult. It's very dangerous to do. We believe it's all down there. We had a tremendous victory, a tremendous hit, and because of that, I don't think they would have been down there, because they knew we were coming. When they know we're coming, they're not going to be down in that 30 stories underground. So no, I think it was just a tremendous victory for everybody, including Iran. Look, they've got a country, and they've got oil, and they're very smart people, and they can come back. Israel got hit very hard, especially the last couple of days. Israel was hit really hard. Those ballistic missiles, boy, they took out a lot of buildings. And they've been great. Bibi Netanyahu should be very proud of himself. And they've really been great. But they're not going to be building bombs for a long time.
Mr. President, what's your reaction to the intelligence reports saying that the Iranian nuclear sites were only partially devastated, not entirely?
Yeah, well, they said it was actually, the report said it could have been they don't know. I mean, they did a report. I could have Pete talk to it because his department did the report. They really don't know. I think Israel's going to be telling us very soon, because Bibi is going to have people involved in that whole situation. We hear it was obliteration. It was a virtual obliteration. When you take a look at the ground above, don't forget the flame is all underground. But everything above, if you look at the before and the after picture, everything above is burned black. The trees, everything. There's one building, but that's a building that sunk substantially into the granite, so that the fire goes right over it. It was, I believe, it was total obliteration. I believe they didn't have a chance to get anything out because we acted fast. If it would have taken 2 weeks, maybe, but it's very hard to remove that kind of material. Very hard and very dangerous for them to remove it. Plus, they knew we were coming, and if they know we're coming, they're not going to be down there. There aren't too many people that are going to be down there. Pete, do you have something to say about that?
Well, Mr. President, when you talk to the people who built the bombs, understand what those bombs can do, and deliver those bombs, they landed precisely where they were supposed to, so it was a flawless mission.
Flawless.
Right down where we knew they needed to enter, and given the 30,000 pounds of explosives and capability of those munitions, it was devastation underneath Fordo. And the amount of munitions, 6 per location, any assessment that tells you it was something otherwise is speculating with other motives. And we know that because when you actually look at the report, by the way, it was a top secret report, it was preliminary, it was low confidence. All right, so this isn't, you make assessments based on what you know. They
and
don't.
It said it could be very devastating, very serious.
Moderate to severe, and we believe far more likely severe and obliterated. So this is a political motive here.
Is there a leak investigation?
Of course, we're doing a leak investigation with the FBI right now because this information is for internal purposes, battle damage assessments, and CNN and others are trying to spin it to make the president look bad when this was an overwhelming success.
We had a tremendous success, and this is the New York Times. I call it the failing New York Times. It's going to hell. And CNN, which, as you know, very few people are watching. And you would think they'd do the opposite. You would think they'd want to say, this was an unbelievable success. And the thing that hurts me is it's really demeaning to the pilots and the people that put that whole thing together, the generals. That was a perfect operation. And when you look at the holes, and this was done from 52,000 feet, there was no moon, there was no light, and those 3 holes are right together. And also, and nobody talks about this, we shot 30 Tomahawks from submarines, in particular one submarine, but that was 400 miles away. Mm-hmm. And every one of those Tomahawks hit within a foot of where they were supposed to hit, took out a lot of buildings that Israel wasn't able to get. We took them out with Tomahawks. We don't even talk about that. This was a devastating attack, and it knocked them for a loop. And if it didn't, they wouldn't have settled. If they had won, if we didn't take it out, they wouldn't have settled. Somebody mentioned that to me last night. If that thing wasn't devastated, they would have never settled. Marco, do you have something to say?
No, first of all this stuff about the intelligence, this is what a leaker is telling you the intelligence says. That's the game these people play. They read it, and then they go out and characterize it the way they want it characterized, and they're leakers. This is the game they play. So that's number one. Number two, here's a fact. The conversion facility, which you can't do a nuclear weapon without a conversion facility. We can't even find where it is, where it used to be on the map. You can't even find where it used to be because the whole thing is just blackened out. It's gone.
It's wiped out.
It's wiped out. Then we dropped 12 of the strongest bombs on the planet right down the hole in 2 places. Everything underneath that mountain is in bad shape. And I refer you to the statement of the IAEA, Mr. Grossi. You know what he said? He said there was Iran, the way it looked the day before the attack, and what their nuclear program looks like now. 2 very different things. They are way behind where they were just 7 days ago. Now, anything in the world can be rebuilt, but now we know where it is. And if they try to rebuild it, we'll have options there as well. But all this leaker stuff, these leakers are professional stabbers. That's what they are. They go out and they read this stuff, and then they tell you what it says against the law, but they characterize it for you in a way that's absolutely false. There's no way Iran comes to the table if somehow nothing had happened. This was complete and total obliteration. They're in bad shape. They are way behind today compared to where they were just 7 days ago because of what the president did.
Marco, can I just alert you to one other aspect? So the great thing is you took out the nuclear capability of Iran.
Okay, so you can watch that in its entirety. We aired that entire part of it earlier in the broadcast. You can also check out that entire thing as we await this press conference there at NATO as it's 9:01 Eastern Time, 6 o'clock out there on the West Coast. Thanks so much for joining us on RSBN Live. We are seeing that on behalf of the Israel Atomic Energy Commission, that the devastating U.S. strike on Fordow destroyed the site's critical infrastructure and rendered the enrichment facility inoperable. We assess that the American strikes on Iran nuclear facilities combined with Israeli strikes on other elements of Iran's military nuclear program has set back Iran's ability to develop nuclear weapons by many years. This achievement can continue indefinitely if Iran does not get access to nuclear material. That, according to the Israel Atomic Energy Commission, sent into us just now from our staff here at Right Side as it's 9:02. So, yeah, we're looking forward to this press conference there at The Hague in the Netherlands.
Yes, it should be a stunning success, and President Trump good at getting much done within a 24-hour window. And it's a short trip here to NATO, but we'll see where it goes now with Mark Rutte, the NATO Secretary General, speaking glowingly not only on the Iran strikes, but also moving to that 5% GDP across the board for all member nations. We know the one that was most vocal moving into this was Spain, actually citing its large social safety net. It's basically, you can argue a quasi-socialist nation with their welfare benefits, but they were the ones really speaking up that they wanted to keep it low. But of course, naturally, I think the ones paying less will want to keep paying less. This has been the first American president, at least of those who are still around and walking this earth, who has really stood up to this global structure, this treaty organization known as NATO, that would not have existed had we not helped liberate the continent back in World War II.
All right, let's shift over to a couple of our great sponsors here at Right Side, including the Trump plane, PatriotAddictDeals.com. Robert, a great product there.
Yes, it's fantastic. I have one of these myself. If you use code RSBN20, claim your 20% off. PatriotAddictDeals.com. It's a wonderful website. It's actually Jimmy Kimmel's nightmare, so you might want to go on there and get countless different memorabilia and great stuff for your MAGA man cave. It's a lot of fun out there. I have plenty of different things from this website, so I have to stay off it myself just to regulate all of the great memorabilia that's on there. This is probably their highlight item, and it will go, because when I got mine, it was gone for about 4 months off the shelf.
And then now here are some new, fresh products, Trump Force One. And I'm sure Bobby probably has that bookmarked on his phone, PatriotAddictDeals.com. Maybe he should too. Use the RSBN 20 promo code, all kidding aside, because, I mean, it is an awesome, awesome product there. All right, let's shift over to another great sponsor here at Right Side, including All Family Pharmacy.
Yes, this is the go-to. Now, COVID has a new variant that's out, sadly, because of what's taken place over the last few years. It's woken us up to the good of ivermectin, hydrochloroquine, methylene blue, mebendazole, NAD+, and over 200 essential medications, antibiotics, and emergency medical kits that you need for your medicine cabinet. And you could take them on the road. They're nice and lightweight for your summer travel. So now through June 30th, all of your prescription needs and medications, much less, using code RSBN20, 20% off for you. Pay less for prescription medications. So if you don't have insurance, there's no hassle. If you're dealing with red tape and bureaucracy, or a pharmacy down the street that is owned by an insurance company that does not want you to have one of these life-saving medications, you need not worry. All you do is scan the QR code. These doctors with All Family Pharmacy working around the clock at allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN to get you the life-saving medication within 24 hours, ordering online right to your doorstep. So with everything going on right now, the 12 days war to all of these pivotal meetings overseas to natural disasters, being in hurricane season, you really cannot afford to not be prepared in 2025. And this is the best way to do that. Scan the QR code now or go to allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN.
All right, so 9:05, Wednesday, June 25th. Looking at the photo there, of course, from the NATO Summit, President Trump standing just to the left there of the King and Queen of the Netherlands there with the sharp blue tie. And any minute now, we will be going to a press conference where President Trump will be at that press conference, and we'll bring it to you live in its entirety right here on Right Side. So again, coming up, we know that in Iowa next week, President Trump will have a rally for the kickoff of the 250th celebration, as we know that it will be the 250th birthday for our country on July 4th of 2026, but still the kickoff celebration the day before July 3rd on Thursday. We'll have live coverage, of course, right here on Right Side as this has always been a network that has covered the rally since day one back in 2015 and celebrating 10 years of existence here at Right Side this summer. So pretty cool stuff.
And 10 years since President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump came down the golden escalator. And thank you to Joe Seals, the vision he had to actually showcase these great rallies, because I can remember that cycle very well. And people were saying no one's going to these things, and they were. I can remember the one in Chicago that had a whole host of people back in 2015, and it was rather extraordinary to see the gentleman who was on The Apprentice, who made a household name for himself, sharing his art of the deal, the art of the comeback, and a successful business career in real estate, golf, and hospitality with the Trump organization, turning this into a MAGA movement that really encompassed everything that Pat Buchanan fought for, that Ross Perot fought for. I think about the last really 50 years of those who stood up to the neoliberal and neocon agendas of both Republican and Democrat parties that were actually a uniparty in Washington, D.C., working for itself and against you, the middle class and the American people. And it's great to be on this end of it and to see everything President Reagan fought so hard for as a citizen servant, just as President Trump is. I see a lot of similarities between the two men and a lot of similarities in their policies, and this president already getting things done that Reagan wasn't able to accomplish.
And you saw the sign maybe the other day at the 250th birthday party for the U.S. Army. Someone was holding up a sign, MAGA forever, MAGA forever. So make America great again forever. And also, MAGA, what it stands for, so many great things anyway. So it's something that we as the free world want in our country. We want America first. We want our freedoms. We want that Constitution to continue to be the law of the land. And, I was talking to my wife the other day, and I was saying, I remember the days, in the 90s and when we have various sitcoms and just movies and that kind of thing, and how life was so different from, since September 11th, 2001, when the whole world changed. But prior to 2001, it was just, a little easier, it seemed. But now, obviously I was a bit younger at that point, but the point is, it's now like this hyper-speed 24/7 news cycle, Robert. Your thoughts about that? I mean, the technology, the information age, with all of this stuff and, and all the details that we could see in a second.
Well, at times you have to sift through and make sure it's the correct information. At the same time, it's really an amazing time to live because we get access to a lot of information and can research things unlike ever before. It literally is at your fingertips, as you said, Matthew. So it's good to attempt to educate ourselves and to study all of those things, something that's kind of gone wayward in the last few years because of being inundated. Our brains can only take on so much information at once. But it's worth looking into because before you had to go to the library or go into a formal classroom, and now, again, you could just read it on your phone. So, look these things up, remain engaged, and my big message out there is if you want to be involved in your government, be involved in your government. I mean, that's been the cool thing, I think, for me throughout my career is that, especially looking at this last election cycle, I looked at the ballot, and including yours truly on the ballot, which let's hope that never happens again. I'm just kidding. But you're looking down all of it, and I knew the people. I've met the people, including the President of the United States. That's how our founders envisioned it. And it was an amazing, humbling experience to bring about this constitutional government peacefully and patriotically. It's what they saw 250 years ago. It's what you acted on. And the people who have come into this movement who were apolitical or just did not care in the past met countless incredible American patriots. And it's a special time to be alive in 2025 in the United States.
It's so true. Before we get to our next sponsor, it's 9:10 here on Wednesday, June 25th. You're talking a lot about the information age and everything at our fingertips, of course. Can you believe you can watch a video from on the other side of the earth that happened, 2 minutes ago? The only delay is how long it takes to upload, and then you can watch what just happened. That's still mind-blowing. But when there's all this noise and so much going on, right, being able to have that kind of that peace or that situation that even though the world may be looking like, oh boy, this is tough, being able to find that center or that peace, through prayer or through meditation, that kind of thing. And I think it's just super important to do that. And I'm preaching not only to the choir, but preaching to myself too, because you think about it, there's a million things going on at once. To your point, we can follow. If I want to look at news in India, I can right now. If I want to see what's happening in the Middle East, I can right now. If I want to see what's happening live on TV with you guys at the Netherlands, I can right now. But if this is all we did 24/7, it wouldn't be good. You have to be able to disconnect and unplug. And I think that's something that myself, my family, and I believe everybody, we just have to somehow figure out when that is a good time to do that. Hopefully each day, that'd be nice. And that's something that I do, but I just really think that with all that noise out there, just to have that peaceful moment, whether it's with God, hopefully it's with God, or in meditation. All right, Tax Network USA, great sponsor here on Right Side Broadcasting Network, 800-357-1415, tnusa.com/RSBN. Kind of a cool combo there, Robert, because you can go onto the website, you can learn about it, and then you can call if you'd like to, just to have any other questions. So it's pretty cool stuff there.
You might as well call today and not delay, because these folks, they help us in the good old US of A. 800-357-1415. Protect yourself from the IRS and settle those back taxes, whether it's April 15th or looking to the future, especially if you're a small business and the books are all over the place, or you had an accountant who screwed it all up. This is the best place to go. tnusa.com/RSBN, Tax Network USA. And the people you're talking to on the other end, they share the values we share at the network. They share your values, those constitutional principles that you believe so deeply in. So these are really the great experts to go to. You don't have to worry about, say it's an undercover IRS agent on the other side. It's not the case. Many of them, though, have worked there and they know the ins and outs, so they can help you to settle that today. Again, call 800-357-1415, tnusa.com/RSBN.
Let's also go to mypillow.com/RSBN, more than 2,000 products for you to choose from. And you know, sometimes we talk pretty quickly and we just don't want to gloss over all of this. This is like each of these products we're talking about are valuable and good for we the people, and it's great to have partners that are on the right side of history, these sponsors, including, of course, mypillow.com, who's been around with us for a long time, right?
Oh, yes. I mean, from day one. And Mike Lindell's story is second to none. If someone can do this in America, leaning on God, leaning on the hope of this nation, Mike Lindell is the greatest example of that, and he defends free speech. He wants election integrity. He's one of us, and he builds all of these great products at his manufacturing plants in Minnesota. It's made in America, free with any purchase now, an exclusive special. As President Trump said, the best master marketer out there, it's probably Mike Lindell. Free with any purchase now. With God, all things are possible. The multi-use MyPillow 2.0. My sleep got so much better with the MyPillow, and yours will too, with over 2,000 products. MyPillow.com/RSBN. You support the network and you support Mike Lindell and his efforts. And who knows, maybe he'll be the next governor of Minnesota. We know they need a change up north. So great people, a great place especially to enjoy a summer vacation with over 10,000 lakes, in fact. Do some fishing and some outdoor exploration, and maybe go meet Mike Lindell while you're at it.
That'd be kind of cool. That'd be the trifecta of sorts: hiking, fishing, and meeting Mike. That would be cool stuff. All right, so we're waiting for this press conference. In the meantime, while you talked about the 10,000 lakes and that kind of thing in Minnesota, I've never been to Minnesota. I've been to Iowa, close, bordering state. You've been to Minnesota and Wisconsin, yeah?
Oh, multiple times. It's a great summer vacation, and something the Chicagoans are pretty familiar with. If you ever watch The Great Outdoors with Dan Aykroyd and John Candy, that is pretty much how I like to enjoy my summers, just out there fishing with the family and spending time in the North Woods. There's really nothing quite like it, so dive on in, and that's that little slice of Americana that you were talking about earlier, Matthew. And the comedic side of it, too, is I always wonder, I'd love to interview Dan Aykroyd. He's doing some great stuff he has his own brand of vodka, and I know just did a line on another network when it comes to the history of alcohol in America, how it's brought us together. Very interesting series with a number of comedians. But he actually had in that film in the 1980s a really, really big cell phone at the time. And I wonder if they just thought this would be funny down the road. It's that comedic humor. It's the kind of that physical humor that down the road you look back on something like that and, oh yeah, we used to have cell phones that needed satellite service.
Yeah, exactly. The props, right? The huge phone. Actually, speaking of that, I randomly posted about it on Truth Social on Sunday. I was at a church and there was no cell service inside the church. and then I didn't know the Wi-Fi password. Then the phone is trying to put me to a satellite. So it's saying, find some open sky. I'm like, wow, this technology is pretty wild to go from the phone. Maybe some of the cell phones were in the car first, like maybe a nicer Mercedes back in 19 whatever year. But anyway, fun stuff to talk about. And the technology, yeah, it's just leaps and bounds. Now, quickly, AI, there's some good things about AI, of course, but outside of that, we want to make sure it's on the right side of history. That's all I have to say about that. So.
Well, and that's why it was great to see Vice President Vance in Paris, France, early on in the administration, doing just that with Emmanuel Macron, who is, if you're looking at the screen there, to the right of, or the left of the Queen, to your right, standing there, and who has really been, I think, one of the more interesting leaders in the world, because he was a socialist, now independent. But remember, Marine Le Pen was endorsed by more of the right-wing outlets and populists throughout the world, initially in her race against Mr. Macron, and he was Obama endorsed and had the suspicion that it wouldn't work out very well with President Trump. They have gotten along handsomely and have done extraordinarily well. In fact, it seems as if President Macron inspired President Trump with the big, bold, beautiful military parade based on Bastille Day. They celebrate that every year, and I thought about that being out there for Flag Day in Washington, D.C., and they've had really a great relationship. If you look at the two leaders, a little bit different. I would say Macron still has kind of that globalist mindset, but look, he's spent more money on the military. He's trying to secure his borders to a certain extent, has not been as far left and as deep state as some of the other predecessors for France. So every once in a while you get surprised by this process.
It's so true. As we're taking a live look there, this is the Hague, the Netherlands, the NATO Summit conference. This is the end of it for President Trump there. He will be partaking in a press conference there. It's going to be quite the room there that we're watching this. So this is when President Trump likes to shine too, let's be honest. When he's in front of all these people, especially on an international scene, he already said some very colorful things earlier, calling CNN, MSNBC, the New York Times all, quote, scum. So what will he say here? That's the question. And we know that it's always, how many times out of 10? Mostly 9 or 10 out of 10, always doing awesome things when it comes to our country. So looking forward to seeing more of that, and looking forward to this live press conference. It's 9:19 this morning. Thanks for waking up with us out there on the West Coast, Mountain Time. And it's 8:19 Central Time Zone. So shout out to everybody watching, including those of you in Iowa, because next week President Trump will be there for that huge rally. It'll be Rally Day in America. It's specifically the countdown of the 250th birthday, which will be still in 2026 on July 4th. But so it'll be great coverage here on Right Side Broadcasting Network to see that coming up next Thursday night.
And this today will be really the Trump doctrine on display post a very successful strike against Iran and those nuclear facilities, and also the ending of the 12 days war, as President Trump put it, on Truth Social. And to his credit, as well, as pro-Israel as we are, as pro-Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu and all he's had to put up with, especially since October 7th of 2023, in turn, President Trump stopped those Israeli planes from going any further within the first hour of the ceasefire agreement. And President Trump had colorful language, and rightfully so, because he was irritated by both sides who don't know what they're doing, which is true. They've been fighting for generations. And this is really the first president in at least Bibi Netanyahu's career that he actually could stand up to Bibi and really give him what he thought would be not only a piece of his mind, but actually fight for that peace through strength. I can't think of another predecessor of President Trump who would have stood up to an Israeli prime minister and the Israel lobby. And this is someone, I'm very, very pro-Israel. And, I love the Israeli people. I love the Jewish people. President Trump said, we're sticking to this ceasefire. It's over. And it shows you the peace through strength, the Trump doctrine, and to have a situation that's truly unprecedented, to enter with B-2 bombers into Iran and not be detected, to not have surface-to-air missiles fired back at them, and then to leave all while being undetected. No American casualties, no Iranian casualties, military or civilian. It's nothing short of a miracle, and it shows you, and it should scare people like Russia and China, North Korea, any adversary that would dare challenge the United States, that we will come and find you and hunt you down if necessary. We don't want to, but this is by far the strongest military that's ever existed.
Number one, simple as that, throughout the world. As it's 9:21, you're looking live there at the Netherlands. And yeah, we'll be going there live any minute from now. Let's go to All Family Pharmacy in the meantime. Of course, disasters don't wait, and neither should you. Power outages, blocked roads, empty pharmacy shelves. It only takes one emergency to leave you without the medications you need, whether it's that hurricane or a wildfire or a new virus threat. All Family Pharmacy is here for you. It's easy to stock up on ivermectin and how do you pronounce that?
Mebendazole.
Yes, mebendazole. Also hydroxychloroquine. You know, we have become doctors in a way here at the network, learning all of the different kinds of medications out there. But the thing is there are more than 200 essential medications with allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN, and you'll get 20% off. And these will be shipped right to your door. No hassle with no insurance needed, no long wait lines, that kind of thing. So allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN, a great sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Also, if you go to freegoldguy.com/RSBN, Colonial Metals Group, all about protecting your IRA, 401k, and gold, 100% tax-free. And we've talked about those BRICS nations before too, and it's pretty simple stuff. Gold, silver as a backup plan, not bad.
You have manipulation of currency happening from the Chinese Communist Party, the economic Pearl Harbor they want to put on the United States because they've been up against the ropes, let's be honest, ever since January 20th of this year when President Trump took office, with reciprocal tariffs and really not knowing where to turn, because we have a government now that does not want them buying up primetime farmland around our military bases, will not tolerate a spy balloon coming over the United States from Montana all the way down to South Carolina before it was knocked out. That was unbelievable. And think about all of the bullying they are doing towards Taiwan, militarily speaking, just people who want to be free and are looking to the United States. A great people to trade with as well. Actually, they're in many cases responsible for the chips that are in your phones. They're a good and free people and should stay that way, but regardless of who's in charge, this all affects your savings and retirement. In a few moments, we'll hear what has been decided with NATO. Will they reach that 5% GDP across the board? Because that affects your wealth and your savings and retirement. So go with the team that Warren Buffett suggests, that U.S. Attorney Judge Jeanine Pirro suggests, among other great patriots who are frankly right, left, and center, but anti-globalist. It's Colonial Metals Group. They want to protect your 401k, your IRA with gold, 100% tax-free. And going now, $7,500 on the house in silver. That's great to have on the house, but again, paper money, inflation. Is it really worth anything at the end of the day? Gold and silver will protect you from any fear. So scan that QR code now, freegoldguy.com/RSBN.
All right, looking live right there. This press conference to start any minute from now. Thanks so much for streaming in with us live. We've been live since, was it 7:30 this morning, right?
7:30 in the morning.
All right, 7:30 Eastern. So we've talked about a lot over the past hour or so. And also, there's some videos from overnight where President Trump, obviously a different time zone there in the Netherlands, meeting with the NATO Secretary General, the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio there, Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth there as well. So there's a lot of replay content if you'd like to see that after this press conference. And then also after the press conference, we're going to watch President Trump take off from Amsterdam Airport in Air Force One, head back across the pond back to the States, of course, Joint Base Andrews in Maryland, and then Marine One back to the South Lawn. It's going to be good to have the Commander-in-Chief back home.
Yes, and it's roughly a 6-hour, 20-minute flight, give or take, perhaps 7 hours on the way back with the trade winds, but a nice quick trip from the Netherlands back to Washington, D.C., right over the pond there. So President Trump, it's remarkable. I mean, 79 years young. He is someone who keeps going around the clock, and it's a testament to his natural ability, and he has killer instinct, as we know. But we're fortunate to have a man who knows a thing or two about money, as he told crooked Hillary Clinton during those debates. And what I've enjoyed, Matthew, the last few days, the replays of various videos of those figures in American politics, really since the 90s and post-Ronald Reagan, that all of them wanted to secure our border. They all also wanted to stop the Iranian nuclear program. Wow. But all of these living predecessors of President Trump, who I seem to call out daily, Bill Clinton, George W. Bush, Barack Hussein Obama, and the auto pen all failed at that, along with their bureaucratic nightmares and assistants, including Dick Cheney. He needed how many billion to find a weapon of mass destruction in Iraq, and then sent in Halliburton, his own company, in order to become more and more wealthy? Is that a quid pro quo? I don't know. All President Trump needed was 2 20-year-old bombers and a few Tomahawks, and he was done in 45 minutes.
I'm smiling from ear to ear because it's a pleasure to work alongside people that are on the right side of history. It's simple as that. I've got nothing else to say. Please keep going, Robert. No, I'm not kidding. Please keep going, because that's the vein of what America feels right there. And I know I share that kind of stuff too, but it's true.
And kudos to people who were actually traditionally liberal as well. I talk about that a lot, where it's this unity movement, this populist movement of traditional conservatives and traditional liberals. RFK is a big part of that, but also former Congressman Dennis Kucinich, former mayor of Cleveland as well. He instituted the impeachment articles against Dick Cheney. He was right in doing so. He was truly the Democrat version of Ron Paul during those years when Iraq should have never happened. But we know that it was authorized by our Congress nonetheless. And looking back on that, many people would recognize that even if they did vote to authorize that, that was a mistake ultimately and a failure of our security apparatus and deep state globalists like Dick Cheney, who wanted to move in and make a lot of money as a result. And that's why he can't stand President Trump. That's why his daughter, Liz Cheney, did the fake J6 committee hearing and kept out actual evidence along with Adam Kinzinger and Benny Thompson. They're globalists. That's the difference here. So it's not so much of thinking Republican versus Democrat. It's more of, do you stand for we the people, or do you stand for the deep state globalists League of Shadows in Washington, D.C.?
I'm still not going to say anything. I'm going to let Bobby keep rolling because he's speaking truth. He's spitting truth. And that's the thing. Maybe at some other networks on the left side of the aisle, they want to have their own time to say what they want. And sometimes, sure, it's nice to have our own solo time here where it's just me or just Bobby. But sometimes it's great to interact like this because it's about the truth. It's about the common sense reporting. It's about the right side of history. It's about we the people. And that's what we're about here. And we have heartfelt deliveries here when it comes to this network, because this is not something like President Trump, when he would read, sometimes he'd read from the teleprompter, but most of the time he would go off of the teleprompter and just tell it like it is. And that's what we're doing here. We don't have a teleprompter specifically right on that camera. We don't have long scripts here. I could show you what we have. All it says is, good morning, welcome to RSBN Live. I'm Matthew Alvarez, I'm not kidding. It says NATO Summit, the Netherlands. And at 8:30, the president's meeting with the NATO Secretary General, already covered it. 9 a.m., President Trump holds a press conference. After the presser, it says here on my notes, the president heads to Amsterdam Airport to head back to D.C. So all this other stuff we're talking about is literally just flowing out of us because it's the same thing that President Trump does. He lets it go and flows. And that's what we desire to do here at this network. Christina Loren, Megan Kohler, and all of us at Right Side, because we are so sick of the lies from the left that are all scripted in by producers. Anti-Trump, anti-God, anti-the Constitution. Screw that. President Trump said straight up today, calling a number of outlets scum. Well, there you go. A lot of interesting words for President Trump. Yesterday, an F-bomb. Today, the word scum. It is what it is. We want to win, but we want peace. We want people just to vote. We want people to pray. We want people to work hard. I want to do all those things. Am I perfect? No. Is he? Nobody's perfect. But we know this. Being on the right side of history, we know somebody that is perfect. So anyway, now it's my turn to keep going.
As we wait President Trump's press conference live from NATO, and this will be one to watch. This will be a full display of the Trump doctrine and a full display potentially since 2019 when he really laid it out, the United Nations, what he stood for. And that was the first warning shot without firing the shot against Iran. And we saw how they walked out, that delegation, and that was a mistake because now The nuclear program has been dismantled, and we pray that they will have a future prosperity of peace. And as President Trump put it, historically, the Persian culture, one that is good at trading. They have a lot of oil they sit on, so there's no need for any of these antics. They just simply cannot have a nuclear weapon.
Exactly. All right, so it is 9:31, bottom of the hour, Wednesday, June 25th. We've been live since 2 hours ago, 2 hours and 1 minute, and we'll continue our live coverage here for this press conference. And then after that, again, we'll see the president go to Amsterdam Airport. We'll see the Air Force One takeoff, and we'll most likely wrap our broadcast at that point. If there's any breaking news later today or tonight, of course, we'll be here for it. Also, you can always rely on X and Truth Social, obviously Rumble, but just follow our channels everywhere. And if you can let as many people know about these live broadcasts as we continue to grow and expand here at Right Side. Angelpaste.com is one of the sponsors that allows us to do all of this. So it's out of Spring, Texas. Of course, that's the Miracle Cream on the side of your screen right there. There's other products as well. Use the RSBN promo code. That'll get you a discount on these great products, Robert.
Yes, and you have the orange option as well as the Miracle Cream. So both have vitamin B options, vitamin C options, but non-GMO, no chemical. Also, the natural mosquito repellent and a facial spray that you could take out to paint the town red. So lots of good options. Experience the miracle today at angelpaste.com. They're Christian-owned. They hire veterans. They're out of Spring, Texas, the Lone Star State, right off the Gulf of America. So there's no better place to go to when it comes to your skincare needs. Angelpaste.com.
Let's go to callsheet.com/RSBN if you're looking to bet or trade on really anything, technology, sports, science, politics, faith, whatever. Just go to callsheet.com/RSBN, a great sponsor here. Also, you can use that QR code there to get you right to it. So we'll give you that 5 seconds, 4, 3, no. But there's the QR code. If you want to go to callsheet.com/RSBN, or you can just download the Callsheet app. That's a great sponsor here. But also, when you go on the app or when you go on the website, isn't it interesting to see what's on there? There's so many different topics.
Yeah, plenty of topics, from egg prices dropping. Will that happen? Will it not happen? To will the LA Dodgers repeat and win the World Series once again? We saw it back-to-back in hockey with the Florida Panthers. So that could happen for those Dodgers out west. Also, will the Iranians continue to push this nuclear program? It's all those different kinds of questions. So literally trading and betting on anything you can imagine.
I want to talk about two of those things. We can look at live at the Netherlands if you'd like. The Florida Panthers winning again. That means they're going to return to the White House again. So that's going to be kind of cool, as they did earlier this year, because they won the Cup last year. And then two, major breaking news, major breaking news. The egg prices have gone down. My wife said the other day, she's like, wow, they're just this much money. Like, they're not as expensive at all, thanks to President Trump, but also thanks to the Ag Secretary, Brooke Rollins, and people just working hard to get things done. And we want to see so many things done for our country. The reformation of this great land, and those are those 20 core promises we bring up all the time here. I like to bring them up because it's really the playbook. You know, it's the sealing the border, defending our Constitution, ending the weaponization of government, and on. And then, law and order and justice being served, and really protecting us and from anything that would try and harm this nation. Yes, it's great that we have President Trump in office for the next 3+ years, 3+ in the sense of months. But we know 28, 29 is going to happen, and it's going to be tough, just emotionally. Let's be honest, because we have grown to love President Donald J. Trump since 2015, and that love has grown and grown and grown, and everybody chanting at the various rallies, "We love you," and all that. I know it was a very difficult, tough decision that was made on Saturday. I know that was a hard thing for all of us to kind of look at. Some agree, some don't agree with what I just said. It is what it is. I reported straight down the middle on it because that's the way you have to do it, because it's a very high stakes situation, in my opinion. If you share your opinion about it, it is what it is as well. Anyway, but we want to see all these reforms happen. We want to see it happen. And so that's what we're going to do. We're going to cover the president. We're going to cover Washington. And from the Senate standpoint, with the big, beautiful bill, let's get this thing taken care of. We know both sides of this. We know that this is a great thing for the country. All of the campaign promises are in that big, beautiful bill. We know we also want to balance the budget as well. So President Trump understands all that. We still need to have this campaign promise, all those campaign promises be fulfilled. Promises made, promises kept. A lot of them already are done. like sealing the border. You know, we see that there's no more people trying to really cross down there because they say there's the military on the other side.
Right.
Right. But also they're shoring up the actual wall. And in the big, beautiful bill, if it's passed and signed into law, the rest of the wall will be complete. We'll also get all those tax cuts. There's so many different things in it. Let's move on. Come on, let's get this thing going, right? Like the golden age of America is here.
Yeah, they have to act, because even Paul Danos, the CEO of this family-owned offshore energy service company, he was with Steve Scalise yesterday, the House Republican leadership, and House Speaker Mike Johnson regarding this bill, and that this bill is a lifeline for American energy, restores the kind of predictability that the businesses like ours need to invest and grow. And he's had an offshore drilling company, I think a third generation now in the Gulf of America. So this is someone who would know that. Also, retired Sheriff James Stewart, who's the CEO of the Minnesota Sheriff's Association. And let me tell you, if there's a law enforcement line that's really been affected, it's those in Minneapolis, Minnesota, the city and the state, post what happened with the George Floyd riots. And all of those actors that I'm sure you tune into on a regular basis, including Michelle Obama, I consider her an actor as well. But they all, and the former vice president, giving to the Minnesota Freedom Fund. You know what that did? That worked to divest and to defund police officers, specifically in Minnesota. People like Jennifer Aniston did that as well. So just think about that when you're funding their projects. They tried to defund you and your own protection and your tax money that goes to basic social services. So this gentleman, Sheriff Stewart, said that no tax on overtime pay would benefit our protectors all across the country in tremendous ways. The increase in take-home pay for these deputies and officers rewards the extra hours and the extra efforts that they devote to protecting their communities, impacting their own lives in significant ways. That is the more money in their pockets to save, to invest, and to grow. It's just another reason why this big, beautiful bill should pass.
9:38 a.m. All right, so the press conference about to start now that we see everyone seated in the room there at the NATO Summit in the Netherlands. So as soon as that starts, we'll take you there live. We'll watch President Trump. I believe he'll be right there at the podium, and the reporters most likely in the front few rows there, unless those are all reporters from all around the world, which that's a mass amount of press there. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. I'm sure President Trump, he has always crushed it when it comes to press conferences and pretty much everything else. So we will also see, again, the president go to Amsterdam Airport and fly back to D.C. So we'll see that takeoff here in just a bit after this press conference. Again, 9:39 this morning. Thanks again for joining us on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We have coming up next week, a week and a day from now, will be Rally Day in America, as President Trump will have a rally in Iowa at the Iowa State Fairgrounds. Kind of a preview to what will happen a year from now on July 4th, when we will celebrate our 250th birthday at the Iowa State Fairgrounds as well. So yeah, looking forward to all of that coverage. It makes me think about various coverage in the past of July 4th when President Trump was at Mount Rushmore with the First Lady, with the fireworks and the jets flying over. And one of these days, I still think needs to happen, President Trump's face on Mount Rushmore. So that'll be something hopefully in the future we'll see, as it's 9:40, Wednesday, June 25th.
And we are awaiting President Trump at The Hague in the Netherlands. And this is the NATO Summit. And the NATO Secretary General, the former Dutch Prime Minister as well. Actually, the longest serving Dutch Prime Minister there in the Netherlands. A beautiful part of the world. If you have been, I would love to see it myself. A lot of history, rich constitutional monarchy that actually in some ways did help our very young republic in the early days. So a nice long alliance that history doesn't really remind us too often of, and it's something that is worth remembering.
Exactly. Have you been to Europe?
I have been.
Okay.
On a couple of occasions, and always good to travel and explore, especially our ancestry.
Exactly. So you've been to Italy. Where else?
Italy, France, and Ireland, which was just
awesome.
A joy to be. I mean, the Irish people are such wonderful people.
Awesome. All right. For some reason, some technical difficulties there. We will be getting that live feed back up and running as we're looking at the photo that was done. I believe that was earlier today or yesterday there in the Netherlands. So it's 9:41 this morning. We'll be going back to the Netherlands for that press conference as soon as it starts, and we're getting that feedback up and running, as that feed is something that is sent out by a pool camera to all of the networks. So we'll be getting that back up and running here any second from now, 9:41 on the East Coast. Let's look through a few posts on X and Truth Social at this point to see if there's any breaking news at this point. And right now, it doesn't look as if there is any breaking news on X. Also, we see that President Trump on Truth Social, his latest post talking about Steve Witkoff, talking about how we put 12 bunker buster bombs on Fordow. There's no doubt that it breached the canopy, and there's no doubt that it was obliterated. So the reporting out there that in some way suggests that we did not achieve the objective is completely preposterous. That on Fox there. So on RSBN, of course, if you go to Truth Social, you can check out a few articles there. One of our latest talking about the Trump administration's support for American veterans, on pace for record year processing disability claims. Also, over 120 Democrats joined the GOP to destroy Al Green's latest Trump impeachment attempt. And speaking of that, you know, President Trump went after AOC and Chuck Schumer pretty heavily yesterday, didn't he?
Yes, the Palestinian senator himself crying Chuck Schumer. And we've come to know how he is out of control in his caucus. But as President Trump said to AOC, make my day. So a throwback, I think, to some of his favorite Clint Eastwood movies and old westerns that we know President Trump does enjoy.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so waiting for that feed to come back to us, and we'll be going there live for the press conference here on Right Side Broadcasting Network midweek right now. So we're looking at, I believe we're approaching slowly 5 months since President Trump has taken office. If you remember, January 20th, quite the event there at the inauguration inside the U.S. Capitol building. I know you were up in D.C. for that coverage, and a lot of great coverage here over the years at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Just recently, more than 1 million people watching our coverage over the weekend. And then the inauguration day, election day, if you add them all up, we're north of 10 million views, which is a lot of people, and especially in TV terms, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, grateful for all of your loyal viewership, and please like, share, and subscribe, because this is your go-to live desk for everything with your government, inside and outside of the Beltway. If you wish to opine as well, feedback at rsbn.tv. We read everything that comes into the network, the good, the bad, the ugly, and we want to know what's happening in your neck of the woods so we can be your voice as well. That's what we pride ourselves here as being, not only a go-to for a Trump rally, but also a go-to for a press conference, for a hearing, also for all of the movements of the President of the United States. So we're right on top of that for you on a daily basis. So thank you for your loyal viewership, and it's really much appreciated, because we know you have options out there, and it's great to see this new media landscape really flourishing and taking off a decade into it, and I think it will only grow from here.
Exactly, 100% correct on that. And President Trump saying earlier today, the day begins in the beautiful Netherlands. The King and Queen are beautiful and spectacular people. Our breakfast meeting was great. Now it's off to the very important NATO meetings. The USA will be very well represented. So if you joined us at about 7:30 this morning Eastern time, we played a little bit of President Trump meeting with the NATO Secretary General, as there's the live feed back up and running there from the Hague. So we'll go there as soon as we see some activity there at the podium. But yeah, I mean, the USA will be very well represented, and that's exactly what President Trump is, right? A representative of we the people.
He really is, and it's something that he took from all of his business experience and being a citizen servant. And it's a remarkable feat, not only to have the political comeback that he did. Only one other person did what he did, serving 2 non-consecutive terms after losing an election. Now, granted, was that fair? We'll let history be the judge of that, but we know the antics of the last few years with the globalists and some of the deep state agenda that did not work out for the middle class and for we the people. But this president, instead of retreating, he doubled down. And we're now the beneficiaries of that, because you put him back into office. And to think about this, we've traditionally elected senators and governors, especially in the last half century, to the presidency. Well, this man, this is the first political office he's ever held. And there were generals in the past who rose to stardom and were able to become president, I think of Washington and Eisenhower in that regard. Other great ones as well, including Andrew Jackson, who served in the military. But this gentleman, he came from the private business sector. He was truly something, he didn't have to do this. And he decided to come down that golden escalator and say, you know what, I'm going to, because quite frankly, everyone else doesn't know what the hell they're doing. He was right about that.
Yeah, and he said just yesterday what the expletive they're doing when it comes to the conflict there in the Middle East. So, yeah, we are going to be going there any minute from now, as the camera just zoomed in, got the right focus. So this is going to happen any minute from now. Again, this was scheduled for 9 a.m. Eastern, obviously 47 minutes after the hour. 47, not a bad number, of course, as the president is the 45th president. The 47th won the 46th, but we saw what happened there. So, yeah, we're looking forward to seeing this coverage. Also, let's shift back to the illegal immigration scene. As of right now, we haven't seen a lot of those videos where people are coming up against our ICE agents and the deportation process. I mean, that's still ongoing while this world scene is still happening.
It really is. So you have to keep all of that in mind. And stateside, that's why it's so important to pass this one big, beautiful bill, because whether it's law enforcement to business leaders, we saw it yesterday in the House press conference, all the way to agricultural leaders and union leaders as well. Many experts endorsing this one big, beautiful bill. And thanks to House Speaker Mike Johnson, a nearly impossible situation with this narrow of majority, getting that done with a 215 and 214 reconciliation vote.
Exactly. All right, so we have 12 minutes to the top of the hour here. 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 o'clock out there on the West Coast. A couple live vantage points for you here on right side. Of course, this is RSBN Live, so looking forward to seeing the president there. And again, if that whole room are all reporters and press, that's a ton of press. But maybe it's some of the people that are, with NATO there. I know that's the case, but who are all the people sitting there? Are they all press? I'm not sure. I'm not there, of course, but this will be a press conference that's scheduled that is now 49 minutes past the hour, scheduled for about 49 minutes ago. But still, of course, a lot of world leaders there. So President Trump, I'm sure, talking with people, and we'll get details as we get it, as everyone is waiting for this press conference. All right, let's do this. Let's go to Truth Social once again and see from President Trump any of the latest posts there. Again, talking about Steve Witkoff, about the bunker buster bombs, and that there's no doubt that it breached the canopy, and there's no doubt that it was obliterated. So that on Fox earlier. Let's go to X quickly and see from the DoD Rapid Response. 4 minutes ago, they posted the following: our pilots are warriors, our sailors are warriors, our soldiers are warriors. Operation Midnight Hammer was flawless and effective. Don't believe the fake news. Our warriors achieved their objective. That, according to Pete Hegseth when he spoke pretty recently, that from the DoD Rapid Response. The Department of State 2 minutes ago posting that President Trump challenged NATO, and look at where we are in just a few years our European partners are spending more on defense. That from the Department of State. Other than that, we look at various talking heads out there when it comes to just a talking head. Well, so we are talking here, yeah, but we're talking truth, right side of history stuff. But when you think about people like James Carville and others that are out there, and Keith Olbermann, I can't believe these people are. How about Don Lemon, and who else is out there? Jim Acosta. Who else? Terry Moran with ABC. Everybody that went way, way left and spoke it out loud, and then now look, not doing so well. But the point is that they were coming from a place like ABC, where ABC acts like what they do is only the news, no opinion here, not allowed. But what's funny is what Terry Moran said, the people at ABC News agree with. That's the difference. But ABC had to separate themselves and be like, oh no, we're not biased. Did you guys remember how President Trump was treated at the event for a what was it, a debate against Biden? Do you remember? I think it was David Muir and was it Lindsey Davis? And they were treating President Trump. It was a 3-on-1. You remember the 3-on-1 debate? That's where ABC News really stands. So they can't act like they're down the middle by saying, "Oh, we're going to remove Terry Moran because he said something against Stephen Miller." Like, we're just talking really inside baseball right now. Of course, we're stretching. We're standing by with you guys. But, what do you think about kind of the inside baseball of the mainstream media and really how they're still trying to control a narrative and the people are not really buying into it?
Well, it's why people are turning it off, quite frankly, and going to new media, because they're actually going to be able to make their minds up, because we air everything here. We don't have a situation where we say it's journalism and then present a far left narrative. And sadly, for some of those legacy items, they do that on a regular basis. You know where we stand. We're going to analyze it, but we'll also bring to you with this live desk everything happening, including the great sponsors who provide that for you at Right Side Broadcasting Network, including PatriotAddictDeals.com. The Trump Force One airplane, the replica for your MAGA man cave. Claim that 20% off using code RSBN20. And it's a limited edition. I have one. When I got mine, it was off the shelf for about 4 months. These are all handcrafted, painted. It's not just mass produced. So there's only 100 of these. And I'd get mine today because they might be gone forever. PatriotAddictDeals.com. RSBN20. That's your 20% off code. Get it a limited time now.
That plane should be sitting right here on this desk on display. All right, so let's move on to Tax Network USA, 800-357-1415, tnusa.com/RSBN. If you're looking to settle your back taxes, it says settle your back taxes today. If you have the money to be able to do that, great, but they still will work with you on a plan to get this taken care of. Tax Network USA, if you missed any previous years in filing, whether it's 2018, 2021, whatever year, this is a group that will help you along the way. They're a patriotic group. They're on the right side of history, and they wouldn't be a sponsor on Right Side Broadcasting Network if they weren't believing in this mission of reporting facts, reporting news that's on the right side of history. It's common sense stuff. This isn't rocket science over here, you know. So this is really we love our country and we want it to succeed. So Tax Network USA, 800-357-1415 is the number. Tax Network USA, 6 minutes from the top of the hour, live, running since 7:30 this morning, and we threw to a number of pieces of video earlier where President Trump met with the NATO Secretary General, and we know that Secretary General, and that he was meeting with some Indo-Pacific partners at that point. Now it's time for that press conference. After that, the president will head to Amsterdam soon. So there's this is just more on a lighter note, but this is funny because someone here, one of our producers, just messaged me about this, and it's something that I've seen online as well. But did the Secretary General, Mark Rutte, call President Trump, okay, ready, Daddy? I don't know. I saw it on X. I saw it on Truth Social. He might have been just joking at all, but I've seen this now a couple places. So producers, if we can get that video, that'd be interesting. I don't know why he would call him that, but if it's true, kind of hilarious.
Well, he's the leader of the free world, and he is leading in such a way that is securing Western civilization and, God willing, streamlining NATO and actually making it relevant again. And we'll see a lot of those details, I'm sure, coming out of this press conference momentarily. So stand by for what looks to be 5% across the board with the GDP. That's what President Trump wants. That's what the Secretary General is in favor of. We've had a few countries like Spain stand up and say no, but ultimately President Trump brought this, really pulled back the curtain years ago at NATO, saying that why is the United States funding all of this, or the bulk of this, to help roads and infrastructure in Europe when it's really meant to be a security pact against any foreign threat. So I'm sure those very frank conversations being had yesterday and today.
the words NATO. This is just funny. I'm sorry, because President Trump's laughing. I just watched the video on another screen. So NATO Daddy is trending on X right now. So NATO Daddy is trending on X.
It's kind of incredible, actually. Welcome to the 24/7 news cycle.
I mean, this is great. Yesterday, there's an F-bomb. Today, President Trump says that CNN and MSNBC and New York Times are scum. Then the Secretary General possibly calling President Trump daddy, and NATO Daddy is trending right now. It is what it is. It's, hey, whenever you can get a laugh in, right, Robert?
Always good to get a laugh in.
I mean, because President Trump, you think about all those rallies all the time. He's always having fun too. I mean, he's sharing the serious points. I mean, we know we're in a serious situation in this world. Trust me, we get it. Not only in this country, but around the world. Some of us, I believe in end times, in the Bible and that kind of thing. Are we in them right now? Sure, yeah, we are. Is Jesus coming back tomorrow? I don't know. But I do know this: we need to be able to laugh. Yes. We need comedy relief. So Sebastian Maniscalco, if you've ever seen him, he's from Chicago. Great comedian, clean, fun, and funny. Anyway,
one of the best out there,
exactly.
And a big supporter of President Trump, actually. So good to have that common sense, that truth and comedy. As we toss it there live now, President Trump at NATO.
It was a fairly long trip, but worth it. Tremendous things have been accomplished, as you probably noticed. Listened to a lot of wonderful speeches from the heads of a lot of wonderful countries. But I want to thank you for joining us at the conclusion of a highly productive NATO summit in the Netherlands. I want to thank them for the royal treatment they've given us. Couldn't have been nicer. And it's a beautiful country, really a beautiful country. Coming in, I saw the most beautiful trees. In fact, I want to bring some back with me. I want to also thank, I had breakfast this morning with the King and Queen, and they're incredible people. I said, you're central casting, beautiful people, great people, big, beautiful heart. And I enjoyed that. And also NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, who's been terrific. He's been a friend of mine. Used to be right here running this wonderful country. Now he's the NATO Secretary General. He's doing a fantastic job. And the Prime Minister, we appreciate everything you've done. And as you know, last weekend, the United States successfully carried out a massive precision strike on Iran's nuclear enrichment facilities. And it was very, very successful. It was called obliteration. No other military on earth could have done it, and now this incredible exercise of American strength has paved the way for peace, for the historic ceasefire agreement late Monday, and we call it the 12-day war. Spoke to a few people. I guess that just sounded like the right name. It was a 12-day war, and we think it's over. I don't think they're going to be going back at each other. I don't think so. Not only have we dealt decisively with the critical threat of Iran's nuclear program, which was what I wanted. I said, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I've said that for 15 years, long before I decided to do the political thing. But we've also reasserted the credibility of American deterrence, which is like no other. The people at NATO said there's never been anything. I rebuilt the entire military during my first term. And we have a great military. We have great generals. Got to know the good ones and the bad ones. We kept the good ones. Over the past 2 days, I was honored to participate in the NATO leaders meeting and also had extremely good individual discussions with the King and the Queen, Secretary General Rutte, and the Prime Minister. Great discussions. Very knowledgeable people. Major focus of our conversations at the summit was the need for other NATO members to take up the burden of the defense of Europe, and that included the financial burden. As you know, it was 2%, and we got it up to 5%. And they said, a couple of them came up to me, one in particular said, sir, we've been trying to get it up to 3% for 20 years, and we haven't been able, and you got it up to 5%. So they're going to be, most of them, I guess almost all of them, are going to be contributing now 5%. a number that people are surprised at, but you need it today. The United States accounts for 2/3 of all NATO defense spending, and since I began pushing for additional commitments in 2017, believe it or not, our allies have increased spending by $700 billion. I said to people, you don't have any money, and a lot of them weren't paying. And so I started the process, and I picked it up as soon as I got back, which is 6 months ago. And following my election last November, almost all have accelerated plans to reach the 2%, 3%, 4%, and then ultimately, very quickly, 5%. And all of this is going to be done very quickly, almost immediately. You probably know this as well as I do. I'm sure they've been talking about it. It's really been a big focus. In a very historic milestone this week, the NATO allies committed to dramatically increase their defense spending to that 5% of GDP, something that no one really thought possible. And they said, you did it, sir, you did it. Well, I don't know if I did it, but I think I did. This will be known as the Hague Defense Commitment, which is pretty good, pretty appropriate. When the allies reach this number, it will add more than $1 trillion a year. Think of that, $1 trillion per year to our common defense, and this is a monument really to victory, but it's a monumental win for the United States because we were carrying much more than our fair share. It was quite unfair, actually. But this is a big win for Europe and for actually Western civilization. For years, past administrations failed to get most allies to contribute even the 2%. I remember when I came here, we had 4 countries that were up to 2%, and I remember Poland was there. A couple of them were there, and but most of them were. We had 28 at the time, as you know. It's increased a little bit, and they've agreed now to more than double their budgets in all cases. And Europe stepping up to take more responsibility for its security will help prevent future disasters like the horrible situation with Russia and Ukraine, and hopefully we're going to get that solved. Last week they lost 7,000 soldiers, mostly soldiers, but they're also getting hit in Kiev. They're getting hit in some of the towns also. And that means life. Life is disappearing also in the cities and towns. Should have never happened, would have never happened if I was president. Said it 1,000 times. And it never did happen. It's never even thought about. But it's vital that this additional money be spent on very serious military hardware, not bureaucracy. And hopefully that hardware is going to be made in America because we have the best hardware in the world. You saw that where 14 missiles were shot at us the other day. And they were very nice. They gave us warning. They said, we're going to shoot them. Is 1 o'clock okay? They said, it's fine. And everybody was emptied off the base. So they couldn't get hurt except for the gunners. They call them the gunners. And out of 14 high-end missiles that were shot at the base in Qatar, all 14, as you know, were shot down by our equipment. Amazing stuff. Amazing that they can do. It's like shooting a bullet with a bullet. It's the same thing if you think about it. 14 out of 14, and they weren't even that surprised. I said, do you do that well often? They say, we pretty much do, sir. The Ukraine crisis has also highlighted the urgency of rebuilding our defense industrial base, both in the United States and among the allied nations. We cannot afford to be dependent on foreign adversaries for critical minerals. And as you know, we made a deal with Ukraine to take a vast amount of the land they have for minerals. We need it. And once again, I want to thank all of the people in the Netherlands, incredible people. It's a great place. And all of the NATO allies for the tremendous summit that we just had. A letter just came in, and a statement came in from the Atomic Energy Commission of Israel. And I just wondered, this is an official letter, and they're very serious people, as you know. The devastating U.S. strike on Fordo destroyed the site's critical infrastructure and rendered the enrichment facility totally inoperable. It was devastated. We assess that the American strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities has set back Iran's ability to develop nuclear weapons for many years to come. this achievement can continue indefinitely if Iran does not get access to nuclear material, which it won't. It's so sad that that whole thing had to go. But I just want to thank our pilots. You know, they were maligned and treated very bad, demeaned by fake news CNN, which is back there, believe it or not, wasting time, wasting it. Nobody's watching them, so they're just wasting a lot of time, wasting my time. And the New York Times, they put out a story that, well, maybe they were hit, but it wasn't bad. Well, it was so bad that they ended the war. It ended the war. Somebody said in a certain way, you know, that it was so devastating, actually. If you look at Hiroshima, if you look at Nagasaki, you know, that ended a war too. This ended a war in a different way, but it was so devastating. Also, they have, out of Dubai, just came that Iran's foreign ministry spokesman, this is Iran's foreign ministry, says its nuclear installations were very badly damaged by the American strike. So what bothered me about these reports were fake reports put out by the New York Times, failing, I call it the failing New York Times because it's doing terribly. Without me, it would be doing no business at all. But, and by fake news, CNN and MSDNC, all of these terrible people, you know, they have no credibility. You know, when I started, they were at 94% credibility, the media. Now it's at 16%. And I'm very proud of it because I've exposed it for what it is. But when I saw them starting to question the caliber of the attack, was it bad? Well, it was really bad. It was devastating. They were obliterated. In fact, you can't get into the tunnels. They just put that over. That just came out. They can't. There's nothing. There's no way you can even get down. The whole thing is collapsed in a disaster. And I think all of the nuclear stuff is down there because it's very hard to remove. And we did it very quickly. When they heard we were coming, it was, you know, you can't move it. Very hard, very dangerous, actually, to move to. And they also knew we were coming, so I don't think too many people want to be down there knowing we're coming. With the bunker busters, as we call them, we're the only ones that have them. We have the best equipment, best nuclear equipment, and we have the best equipment in the world. And by the way, we can't forget our submarine, which was out there, submarines actually, but submarine was out there. We shot 30 rockets into an area, every single one of them. I think it was almost 400 miles away, I think, Pete, right? 400, and long. It was in the ocean, long ways away. And we shot a total of 30. Every single one of them hit within 9 inches from where it was supposed to be. It took out a lot. Because we didn't do just Fordo, we did 2 others in addition, which hadn't been completely destroyed. So we hit them with a submarine from hundreds of miles away. Amazing, just amazing equipment. Greatest submarines in the world. Nobody's even close. They're 20 years behind us when it comes to submarine technology. So that's one, and the other was from the Atomic Energy Commission. And they have about 3 or 4 of them now coming in from atomic energy commissions from various places. But the one that we have that just came out, we released it a little while ago, was from the Israeli Atomic Energy Commission. But numerous of them are getting to see the site, and the site has been demolished. And again, we had these brave patriots, these incredible flyers, these people that can fly a plane better than anybody can fly a plane, going into very hostile territory, flying into the territory that has got more missiles and things pointed at it, but it was very stealth. They didn't get to see it. It was dark. That's the amazing thing about the shots. They hit the shots perfectly, and yet it was dead dark. There was no moon. There was no light. It was virtually moonless. It was very dark, and the shots were hit perfectly. But when they get demeaned, and they were very upset about it because they knew how strong it would be. Back in Missouri, the pilots flew about 36 hours, 2 ways, far distance, and in those incredible B-2s. And we then had the F-22s, and we had the F-35s, and we had other planes, and we had, I think, a total of 52 tankers. That means the big tankers, because the refueling was a lot for all of the different planes that we sent. Incredible operation, and I have to say, General Raisin Kane was incredible. That's why he beat ISIS, and we beat ISIS in a matter of weeks. I was told it would take 4 to 5 years. We did it in a few weeks, and he was great. That's why he's the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff right now, because I had a very good experience with him. He knocked out ISIS in a period of literally a few weeks. Amazing. And it was supposed to take a few years, 5 years to be exact. So we had a great victory there, and we then came here, and I think we had a great victory here. But this is an ongoing project. This is the safety of Europe, the safety of the world. And they've raised it from 2% to 5%, something which nobody, and you're talking about over $1 trillion a year. So we're talking about a lot of money from coming in from countries that we're not paying nearly enough to be effective. So I have, as you know, Marco Rubio with me, and Pete Hegseth, Secretary of State and Secretary of War. Should we say Secretary? You know, it used to be called Secretary of War. Maybe for a couple of weeks we'll call it that, because we feel like warriors. It used to be called Secretary of War. In fact, if you look at the old building next to the White House, you can see where it used to be Secretary of War. Then we became politically correct, and they called it Secretary of Defense. I don't know, maybe we'll have to start thinking about changing it, but we feel that way. Do we have any questions, please? Wow. That's a lot of questions. Who's a nice person? Oh, you're not a nice person, but I'll let you ask one. Go ahead. What's he going to ask? He is not nice at all. I know him well.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah.
Thank you for taking the time before flying home. You just said you believe the conflict between Israel and Iran is over. What makes you so confident it is? And what do you do if it isn't?
Because I dealt with both, and they're both tired, exhausted. They fought very, very hard and very viciously, very violently, and they were both satisfied to go home and get out. And can it start again? I guess someday it can. It could maybe start soon. I think a big telltale sign was when, as you know, Iran somewhat, by not much, violated the ceasefire, and Israel had the planes going out that morning, and there were a lot of them, 52 of them. And I said, you got to get them back. And they brought them back. They didn't do anything. They brought them back. It was very good. I thought it was amazing, actually. They have fought a hell of a war. They fought very hard. I think the war ended, actually, when we hit the various nuclear sites with the planes. And I just hope you people can give these pilots, these are the best pilots in the world. They're the best shots in the world. They call them shots. That's what they are. And wait a minute. And I just hope you can give them the respect they deserve, because they came home to fake news. And like, oh, gee, there was hardly any damage. The things are decimated. So, but I think, no, I think they're very much finished. I think Israel's going to get back to doing what they do. And I think that Iran's going to get back. You know, Iran has a huge advantage. They have great oil, and they can do things. I don't see them getting back involved in the nuclear business anymore. I think they've had it. They've been at it for 20 years, and I don't see that happening either. Now, if it does, we're always there. It won't be me. It'll be somebody else, but we're there. We'll have to do something about it. Yes, please, go ahead. Go ahead. Oh, fake news, CNN? Oh, yeah, here we go. Wait till you hear this question.
Thank you, sir.
You should really say how great our soldiers and our warriors are.
I think everyone appreciates our soldiers and our warriors. I do have two questions for you, Mr. President. You just cited Israeli intelligence on these attacks. Earlier, you said U.S. intelligence was inconclusive. Are you relying on Israeli intelligence for your assessment of the impact of the strikes?
No, this is also, Iran made the statement, and it's also, if you read the document that was given, that Pete can talk about if you'd like, the document said it could be very severe damage, but they didn't take that. They said it could be limited or it could be very severe. They really didn't know, other than to say it could be limited or it could be very, very severe. And you didn't choose to put that because it was very early after. Since then, we've collected additional intelligence. We've also spoken to people who have seen the site, and the site is obliterated. And we think everything nuclear is down there. They didn't take it out. Okay, question? Please, go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah. Blue dress.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Yesterday you said China can now continue to purchase oil from Iran.
Yeah.
Are you giving up on your maximum pressure campaign? Because there
With
are
who?
sanctions right now
With who?
on Iran.
No, look, they just had a war. The war was fought. They fought it bravely. I'm not giving up. They're in the oil business. I mean, I could stop it if I wanted. I could sell China the oil myself. I don't want to do that. They're going to need money to put that country back into shape. We want to see that happen. Would it? No. If they're going to sell oil, they're going to sell oil. We're not taking over the oil. We could have, you know. I used to say with Iraq, keep the oil. I could say it here, too. We could have kept the oil. No, China is going to want to buy oil. They can buy it from us. They can buy it from other people. But you're going to have to put that country back into shape. It desperately needs money. Yeah.
Mr. President.
Yeah, please. Here we go. I'm picking the beauties today. Go ahead.
Mr. President, Secretary General Rutte has described President Putin as an adversary, a threat, an enemy. Do you view him the same way? And in addition to that, you mentioned General Kane, your chief of staff, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
General Kane.
Yes, he has said that Mr. Putin has territorial ambitions beyond Ukraine. Do you view that in the same way?
Possible.
President?
I mean, it's possible. I know one thing. He'd like to settle. He'd like to get out of this thing. It's a mess for him. He called the other day. He said, can I help you with Iran? I said, no, you can help me with Russia. Because, you know, in the last few weeks, we took care of India and Pakistan, Kosovo, Serbia. I think on Friday we have coming in, the Congo is coming in, and Rwanda is coming in. That was a vicious war that went on, a machete war. Heads chopped off all over Africa. They're coming in. We did 2 others in addition to that. Nobody's ever done anything like this. No, I consider him a person that's, I think, been misguided. I'm very surprised, actually. I thought we would have had that settled easy. I've settled 4 of them in the meantime. But he did call up, and he said, you know, he's close to Iran. He'd like to help us get a settlement. I said, no, you help me get a settlement with you, with Russia. And I think we're going to be doing that, too. Yeah, please. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. You've made clear your position on what impact the strikes had. I wanted to ask you what is next with Iran. For instance, is there any indication from U.S. intelligence that Iran was able to move any material, including
No, we just the
uranium?
opposite. We think we hit them so hard and so fast they didn't get to move. And if you knew about that material, it's very hard and very dangerous to move. It's called in many people they call it dust, but it's very, very heavy. It's very, very hard to move. And they were way down. You know, they're 30 stories down. They're literally 30, 35 stories down underground.
I think you got it all.
Oh yeah, we think we got. We think it's covered with granite, concrete, and steel.
Can I ask you, are you interested in restarting negotiations with Iran? And if so, have they reciprocated?
So
or is
our
this
people,
sort of a settled
Marco could answer, but our people are not. I'm not. The way I look at it, they fought. The war's done, and you know, I could get a statement that they're not going to go nuclear. We're probably going to ask for that, but they're not going to be doing it. But they're not going to be doing it anyway. They've had it. They've had it. Now, maybe someday in the future we'll want that. But I've asked Marco, do you want to draw, I just asked him the question as we were walking on the stage, do you want to draw up a little agreement for them to sign? Because I think we can get them to sign it. I don't think it's necessary. Marco, do you want to talk about that, please?
Mr. President, I think President Trump has shown a willingness to meet and talk to anybody in the world who's interested in peace. I don't know of any president that's been as willing as he has to meet with anyone and talk about peace. We'd love to have peaceful relations with any country in the world. And so obviously that'll depend on Iran's willingness not just to engage in peace, but to negotiate directly with the United States, not through some third country or fourth country process. But I know of no president, probably in our modern history, that's sought peace more than President Trump has.
Sounds like the door is open, but you're in no rush. Is that right? It sounds like the door is open, but
I'll tell you what, look, we're going to talk to them next week with Iran. We may sign an agreement. I don't know. To me, I don't think it's that necessary. I mean, They had a war, they fought, now they're going back to their world. I don't care if I have an agreement or not. The only thing we'd be asking for is what we were asking for before about we want no nuclear, but we destroyed the nuclear. In other words, it's destroyed. I said, Iran will not have nuclear. Well, we blew it up. It's blown up to kingdom come. And so I don't feel very strongly about it. If we got a document, wouldn't be bad. We're going to meet with them, actually. We're going to meet with them. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Mr. President, Netherlands TV, thank you for visiting our country.
Good.
As I understood, I, of course, would like to know how you slept last night at the House of the King.
Oh, I slept beautifully.
But probably a more serious question. I think you just had a meeting with President Zelensky. Did you discuss any ceasefire in this Russo-Ukrainian war?
No, I wanted to know how he's doing. He was very nice, actually. You know, we had little rough times sometimes. He was couldn't have been nicer. I think he'd like to see an end to this. I do. I think what I took from the meeting couldn't have been nicer, actually. But I took from the meeting that he'd like to see it end. I think it's a great time to end it. I'm going to speak to Vladimir Putin, see if we can get it ended. But look, these are brave people. They're fighting these wars all over the place. You know, last week they had, I guess, I told you, close to 7,000 young soldiers, Russian and Ukrainian soldiers were killed, 7,000 in 1 week. It's crazy. It's crazy. So I'll be speaking to Putin. No, I had a good meeting with Zelensky, and I had a lot of good meetings. We had a lot of good meetings with a lot of people, a lot of great leaders. But he's fighting a brave battle. It's a tough battle. Yeah. Go ahead, white dress.
Thank you. Ida Hallikainen from Finland, Ilta-Sanomat. You have played golf with President Alexander Stubb. How do you see Finland as a NATO ally and partner, and how would you describe your relationship with our president?
Well, he's a very good golfer, okay? In fact, he was on his college golf team. He went to a good college in the South, as you know, a very good college, and he was a good golfer. We had a good time. I think my relationship's great. I want to buy icebreakers. You know, you're very good at icebreakers. And I actually made him an offer. I didn't go to Congress. They'll try and impeach me for this. But there's an old, it's not old, it's fairly new, but it's used icebreaker. And I offered him about 1/3 of what he asked for. But we're negotiating. We need icebreakers in the U.S. And if we can get some inexpensively, I'd like to do that. Actually, they'll fix it up, make it good. Also, we may buy some icebreakers. You know that you're the king of icebreakers, that particular country. They make them good. They make them really good, and they know what they're doing. And so we're negotiating with them for about 15 different icebreakers. But one of them is available now. It's old, and it's old. It's like 5-6 years old. And we're trying to buy it. I'm trying to make a good deal. It's all I do my whole life. My whole life, that's all I do is make deals. Yeah, please. Go ahead. Sir, go ahead.
Yeah, a question for NewsHour, Dutch TV. First of all, on Article 5, on your way here, you spoke about the commitment of the U.S. to Article 5, saying, I'll give you my definition once we're here. What is your definition, and may the U.S. commitment to Article 5 change in case some of the NATO members do not reach the threshold that was discussed today? My second question is following up on a colleague on Iran. What intel reports do say that everything over there was obliterated?
Yeah, well, there are numerous of those reports, and they're coming out fast and furious. But the most respected ones we've already seen. And I will say that on a very confidential basis, they're looking at the reports, like numerous reports, and including people going to the site and checking the site. And they're going to be having, I guess you're going to be having over the next couple of days a full, you're going to encapsulate it. But no, the site was obliterated, just like I said it was. And just like the pilots should be given credit for. As far as Article 5, look, when I came here because it was something I'm supposed to be doing, but I left here a little bit differently. I said, I watched the heads of these countries get up, and the love and the passion that they showed for their country was unbelievable. I've never seen quite anything like it. They want to protect their country. and they need the United States. And without the United States, it's not going to be the same. And you can ask Mark, or you can ask any of the people that were there. It was really moving to see it. They love their country. They were so respectful of me because I'm the head of the United States. And I made, the King of Saudi Arabia, when I was in the Middle East. So I was in Qatar for a different reason, not a reason to get shot at. We were in there for economic development reasons, Qatar, UAE, and Saudi Arabia. All three leaders of those countries, and we took back $5.1 trillion into the United States. All three leaders said, you're presiding over the hottest country in the world. The United States right now is the hottest. Everybody wants to be there. Everybody wants a piece of it. He said, a year ago, your country was dead. You had a deadhead running it. You had a country that was dead, and it was dead. You had people pouring through the borders. You had inflation. You had everything. He said, you've made it in 5 months at that time. You've made it the hottest country. This is the hottest country in the world. The United States right now is the hottest country in the world. And when I was around that table, it was a nice group of people, many of whom I knew from previous. When I saw the passion they had for the country, and almost everyone, and you probably have the tapes, it was very public, but almost every one of them said, thank God for the United States. Without the United States, they couldn't really have NATO. It wouldn't work. It wouldn't work. It will in the future because now they're paying much more money, but it wouldn't work. It was great. And I left here differently. I left here saying that these people really love their countries. It's not a ripoff, and we're here to help them protect their country. Okay, we'll do one or two more.
Thank you, Mr. President. A question on Spain. Are you satisfied with today's...
Oh, I think Spain's terrible what they've done. No, I do. They're the only country that won't pay the full up. They want to stay at 2%. I think it's terrible. And they're doing very well. The economy is very well. And that economy could be blown right out of the water with something bad happening. Spain is the only country that... Are you from Spain?
Yeah.
Good, congratulations. You're the only country that is not paying. I don't know what the problem is. I think it's too bad. So we'll make it up. You know what we're going to do? We're negotiating with Spain on a trade deal. We're going to make them pay twice as much. And I'm actually serious about that. We're going to make Spain... I like Spain. I have so many people from Spain that it's a great place and they're great people. But Spain is the only country out of all of the countries that refuses to pay. And, so they want a little bit of a free ride. But they'll have to pay it back to us on trade because I'm not going to let that happen. It's unfair. It's unfair to NATO. All right, sir, please. Go ahead, right in the back. Yeah, you, tall one. The tall man.
Mr. President, Johannes Petra from Austrian National Television.
How are you?
You once said that you would end the Ukraine war in 24 hours. You later said that sarcastically.
Well, of course it was sarcastic.
But you've now been in office for 5 months and 5 days. Why have you not been able to end the Ukraine war?
Because it's more difficult than people would have any idea. Vladimir Putin has been more difficult. Frankly, I had some problems with Zelensky. You may have read about him. And it's been more difficult than other wars. I mean, look, we just ended a war in 12 days that was simmering for 30 years, frankly. We ended Rwanda and the Congo. They're coming to sign the documents. We've already signed basic documents, but they're coming, I think, to the White House on Friday. We ended Serbia was going to go at it. But maybe the most important of all, India and Pakistan. And that wasn't whether or not they may someday have nukes like we're talking about in the Middle East, like we're talking about with Israel and Iran. This is they have nuclear weapons. I ended that with a series of phone calls on trade. I said, look, if you're going to go fighting each other, it was getting very bad. You know how bad that last attack was. It was really bad. If you're going to go fighting each other, we're not doing any trade deal. No, you have to do a trade deal. I said, we're not doing any trade deal. And in fact, I had the general, who was very impressive. The general from Pakistan was in my office last week. Prime Minister Modi is a great friend of mine. He's a great gentleman. He's a great man. And I got them to reason. I said, we're not doing a trade deal if you're going to fight. And if you're going to fight each other, we're not doing a trade deal. And you know what? They said, no, I want to do the trade deal. We stopped the nuclear war. Go ahead. Go ahead, Jeff. Here's another beauty, Jeff. He's a beauty, all right. Go ahead.
Mr. President, to follow up on Ukraine, will the United States contribute any more money to Ukraine's defense this year to the $5 billion that allies are giving? And one question, you had another meeting with the Dutch opposition leader, Mr. Wilders. Can you tell us about that meeting? And are you upset about his anti-Muslim stance?
I'm not upset about it. It's just his view. He's unhappy with the way things are going in this country and various countries. He was an opposition leader, and I was asked to meet with the opposition leader by the people that are running. I think they have some deal where if you have a meeting, you're supposed to meet with an opposition leader. I said, that's strange. We don't do that. But I met with I didn't know him. He seemed like a very nice guy, but he's in opposition to the current people, and that was set up by the current people. So I assume when I met with the Prime Minister, you're supposed to meet with the opposition. We'll have to try that sometime in our country. Let's not do it. But I thought he was very good. As far as money going, we'll see what happens. There's a lot of spirit. Look, Vladimir Putin really has to end that war. People are dying at levels that people haven't seen before for a long time. Go ahead. Go ahead. White shirt. Oh, she's all excited.
Okay. So, BBC News Ukrainian. I would
Where
like
are you
to
from?
ask you, I'm from Ukraine.
Oh.
So my question to you is whether or not the U.S. is ready to sell anti-air missile systems Patriot to Ukraine. We know that Russia has been pounding Ukraine really heavily right now.
Are you living yourself now in Ukraine?
My husband is there.
Wow.
And
I can see you it's amazing.
And me with the kids, I'm in Warsaw actually, because he wanted me to be
Is your husband a soldier? No?
He is.
He's there now?
Yeah.
Wow. That's rough stuff, right? That's tough. And you're living here?
In Warsaw.
And you're a reporter?
I am.
Good. So let me just tell you, they do want to have the missiles, okay, as they call them, the Patriots. And we're going to see if we can make some available. They're very hard to get. We need them too. We were supplying them to Israel, and they're very effective, 100% effective. Hard to believe how effective. And they do want that more than any other thing, as you probably know. That's a very good question, and I wish you a lot of luck. I mean, I can see it's very upsetting to you. So say hello to your husband, okay? Thank you. Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. You were criticizing...
Where are you from?
Bloomberg News.
Oh, Bloomberg.
That's
wonderful.
You were criticizing the Federal Reserve Chair before coming to this summit.
Yeah, I think he's terrible.
I was wondering if you've begun interviewing different candidates for the Fed pick.
Yeah, I know within 3 or 4 people who are going to pick. I mean, he goes out pretty soon, fortunately, because I think he's terrible. We have no inflation. We have a tremendous economy. Hundreds of billions of dollars of tariff money is pouring in. Factories are being built because they don't want to pay the tariffs, so they're building them all over the country. I think we're close to $15 trillion. I told you $5.1 trillion from the Middle East alone, but of investment money coming in. There's never been anything like that in the history of our country. But we have no inflation. And we have borrowing because Biden, stupidly, they did short-term debt. So we have borrowing coming up. And, we'll go 10 years, maybe longer, maybe shorter, but we'll go a long period of time when we do the debt. And because of him, because of this guy, we will have to pay for years. We'll be paying for him. And I said to him, listen, there's no inflation. He says, but maybe there'll be some. That's true. I said, if there is some, what you do is raise the rate. I'm okay with that. You raise the rate in 2 years from now or in a year from now. But because the rate's high, we have to pay more for debt. It's pretty equal. In other words, if it's 4%, it's 4%. If you drop it a point, you'll pay 3%. So it's fairly equal, not necessarily, but fairly equal. So we're going to end up paying maybe 2 points or 3 points more. 3 points would be about $900 billion a year because of this very average mentally person. He's an average mentally person. I'd say low in terms of what he does, low. low IQ for what he does, okay? Wait, so instead of paying $900 billion, we don't want to pay 900 just because he doesn't want to lower the rate. I said, if there's inflation in 2 years or 3 years or 1 year from now, you raise the rate, you take care of the inflation, among other things. But he's probably a very political guy, I guess. I don't know. I think he's a very stupid person, actually. All right, one more. Let's go. How about you? Go ahead. She looks so happy and everything.
Thank you.
That's why I
I'm
picked
from
her.
Spain, too. I'm Ana Buch from La Vanguardia. I wanted to know if you...
You're where from?
Spain, too. I wanted to know if you want to
That's the
negotiate...
Spain corner right there. Shouldn't have said that. That's okay. I do like Spain, by the way. I think it's unfair that they're not paying, but go ahead.
Are you going to negotiate directly with Spain about...
I'm going to negotiate directly with Spain. I'm going to do it myself. They're going to pay. They'll pay more money this way. You should tell them to go back and pay. You're a reporter? Tell them to go back. They ought to join all of those countries that are paying 5%. Spain's going to be just about the only one that's not. They were the most hostile toward doing it. It just doesn't make sense to me. Okay. All right, Kelly, go ahead. Here we go. Here's another one.
Hello, sir. Thank you very
We
much.
got them all today.
Okay. So, Mr. President, you talked about expecting some on-the-ground assessments at Fordo and other
Yeah.
sites.
Now here-
Is that
here again.
Israeli and U.S.?
It's been obliterated, Kelly. It's been
What is your message
obliterated.
then, sir, to the intelligence community when they present reports? You're not disputing the DIA report. You're just
They presented a
exists.
report that wasn't finished. We're talking about something that took place 3 days ago.
I understand that, sir.
The
It's an
report was
initial
done
assessment. So
2
what
days
is
ago.
your-
Wait a minute.
Yes.
They didn't see it. All they can do is take a guess. Now, if you take a look at the pictures, if you take a look how it's all blackened, you know the fire and brimstone is all underground because it's granite and it's all underground. You don't show it. But even there, with all of that being said, the whole area for 75 yards around the hole where it hit is black with fire. The group that's run by this gentleman, in fact, you may want to talk about it for a second because we're going to issue a report. And I think it's not even a very exciting report at this point. It's been obliterated, totally obliterated. And they did a report, but it was like, if you look at the dates, it's just a few days after it
Understood,
happened.
sir.
So they didn't see it. They said it may be very severe. Go
Understood.
ahead.
Do you have a message for the intelligence community, though, in terms of unvarnished information getting to you, that it's not
I don't
just-
really have a message. I would say issue the report when you know what happened. I wouldn't say that it could be severe or maybe not. They use the word severe. It could be severe or maybe it's not.
And briefly,
So people like you picked up and said, oh, it's not severe.
We're just
no,
looking for the
the report was not a complete report. Yeah, the message was probably wait till you know the answer before you...
And
go
sir,
ahead.
did you not have a public component to your Zelensky meeting for a tactical reason with President Putin?
Let him answer.
Hello, Mr. Secretary.
Yeah. There's a reason the president calls out fake news for what it is. These pilots, these refuelers, these fighters, these air defenders, the skill and the courage it took to go into enemy territory flying 36 hours on behalf of the American people and the world to take out a nuclear program is beyond what anyone in this audience can fathom. And then the instinct of CNN, the instinct of the New York Times is to try to find a way to spin it for their own political reasons, to try to hurt President Trump or our country. They don't care what the troops think. They don't care what the world thinks. They want to spin it to try to make him look bad based on a leak. Of course, we've all seen plenty of leakers. And what do leakers do? They have agendas. And what do? Do they share the whole information or just the part that they want to introduce? And when they introduce that preliminary report that's deemed to be a low assessment. You know what a low assessment means? Low confidence in the data in that report. And why is there low confidence? Because all of the evidence of what was just bombed by 12 30,000-pound bombs is buried under a mountain, devastated and obliterated. So if you want to make an assessment of what happened at Fordo, you better get a big shovel and go really deep because Iran's nuclear program is obliterated. And somebody somewhere is trying to leak something to say, oh, with low confidence, we think maybe it's moderate. Those that dropped the bombs precisely in the right place, know exactly what happened when that exploded. And you know who else knows? Iran. That's why they came to the table right away, because their nuclear capabilities have been set back beyond what they thought were possible because of the courage of a commander-in-chief who led our troops, despite what the fake news wants to say.
But you're not disputing the report said what it said, even though it was initial.
The report said what it said, and it was fine. It was severe, they think, but they had no idea. They shouldn't have issued a report until they did, but we've gotten the information. I think Pete said it better than you can say it. And, you know, you should be proud, you, especially you, should be proud of those pilots, and you shouldn't be trying to demean them.
No, there's
those
a
pilots flew at great risk, a big chance that they'd never come back home and see their husbands or their wives. Let me just tell you, you and NBC, fake news, which is one of the worst, and CNN, New York Times, are all bad. They're sick. There's something wrong with them. But you know what? You should be praising those people instead of trying to find some. By getting me, by trying to go and get me, you're hurting those people. They were devastated. You know, I got a call from Missouri, great state, that I won 3 times by a lot. And I got a call that the pilots and the people on the plane were devastated because they were trying to minimize the attack. And they all said it was hit. But we don't think it was really maybe hit that badly. And they were devastated. They put their lives on the line, and then they have, and I'm not referring to you, but real scum come out and write reports that are as negative as they could possibly be. It should be the opposite. You should make them heroes and heroines. You should make them really people that they were so devastated when they heard this news. And you know what they said? One of them, I spoke to one of them, said, "Sir, we hit the site. It was perfect. It was dead on." Because they don't understand fake news, because they have a normal life, except they have to fly very big, very fast planes. But it's a shame. You should be making them heroes. All right, in the back. Go ahead, back, white, yeah. White jacket, yeah. Go ahead, give my mic. Hello.
Deborah Haynes from Sky News. Mark Rutte, the NATO chief, who is your friend, he called you daddy earlier. Do you regard your NATO allies as kind of children?
No, he likes me. I think he likes me. If he doesn't, I'll let you know. I'll come back and I'll hit him hard, okay? No.
He
did it very affectionately. Daddy, you're my daddy.
Do you regard your NATO allies, though, as kind of like children, and they're obviously listening to you and they're spending more, and you're obviously appreciative of that, but do you hope that actually they're going to be able to defend themselves, defend Europe on their own without...
I think they need help a little bit at the beginning, and I think they'll be able to, and I think they're going to remember this day, and this was a big day for NATO. You know, this was a very big day. They took it. One of the gentlemen said, you know what, we've been trying to raise money raise the rate for 30 years, he said, 20 years, from almost the beginning. And he's been there for a long time. He said, until you came along, it never happened. What you did is amazing. It's been sort of an amazing day for a lot of reasons, but also for that. Yeah, go ahead.
Do you think they can do it without you, though, in the future? Can they do it without
the United Mark.
States?
I mean, you have to ask Mark, okay? So we're heading back. I want to thank these 2 gentlemen behind me. They're incredible people, both of them. They've done a fantastic job. And Susie's in the front, and she's done great. And Monica, thank you very much. It was quite an exciting time. And we're going to be heading back. We'll be back soon, and we'll see you in Washington, D.C. Remember this, we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Well, that was some must-watch streaming right there. A lot of ups and downs coming from the reporters there. A lot of fake news, and President Trump, he's had it with all that, so he just calls it like it is, doesn't he?
And what we have there is that NATO, for the most part, has agreed to this 5% GDP increase across the countries, and he's clearly the leader of the free world, peace through strength, the Trump doctrine on display. Now, Spain is whining and crying about paying that 5%. They want the free ride. So President Trump said he will negotiate himself with further trade deals and at least double it. So we don't know what that entails completely, but Spain will be paying more to make up for that 5% threshold that they did not come to. But it looks overall like a very successful 24-hour trip to the Netherlands.
Exactly. Speaking of overseas, just a special shout out to those of you watching in Great Britain and the UK there. Saw some people streaming our live video. So hello to you guys, but of course, hello to all of we the people here in the United States of America. We learned a number of things during that press conference outside of the fact that President Trump, don't mess with them, especially if you're going to be a fake news reporter or AKA scum. Also, don't mess with Pete Hegseth. Did you see how he handled that? That was quite awesome right there. The president is now heading to the Amsterdam airport to board Air Force One. We're going to watch that here live, and when the plane takes off, we'll watch it as well. We also learned from the press conference the White House will be speaking with the Iranian government next week. President Trump said that during this press conference. President Trump also spoke with Vladimir Zelensky before the press conference, saying, quote, he had a good meeting with Zelensky. Also, President Trump said he also wants to speak to Putin of Russia again. So that's the latest that we've heard. And to your point about Spain as well, that was an interesting press conference there, and President Trump just standing there and doing a great job like usual.
Yeah, making his points known and the Trump doctrine revealed, as Secretary of State Marco Rubio has said on multiple occasions as he flanked President Trump along with Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, that if it does not serve America First policies and American interests, it will not be pursued. And it's very clear what took place. It was devastating. It was lethal to the program of the Iranian nuclear facilities. Full stop. And President Trump defending those pilots, and they have rather normal lives. They don't understand the fake news, and it's sad to think that you would actually have an American operation trying to create a false narrative after such a successful thing that really ensured the security of the world.
This does remind me of when Luke Skywalker and the Death Star, he's flying along there in Star Wars, the first one there, and he shoots and it goes right down into the hole of the Death Star, sorry, and explodes the Death Star there. Specifically, that's what they're talking about. There's only a few holes at the top of this mountain, and that went right down in there and did the damage that it did. So that's an analogy of sorts. Not the greatest analogy, but it is what it is. As it's 10:48, Wednesday, June 25th, looking live there at the Amsterdam airport as President Trump on his way there from The Hague to Amsterdam. So not sure how long that trip is. My guess is it's about an hour or less to Amsterdam from The Hague. We'll have to double check on the maps here in just a second. There's a number of other topics domestically that we could talk about. Of course, we'll get into the big, beautiful bill in a bit. Secretary Sean Duffy says, hey, it sounds like the perfect time for a road trip 38 minutes ago, because Rapid Response 47 from the White House saying gas prices are down for summer driving season despite the Middle East turmoil from the Wall Street Journal, the report there. And then also the White House posting about peace, quiet, and security. So what do I mean? Well, we have a video about it. It's the southern border. Right now, it sounds a little bit like this. If we have that video, we could play that right now. All right, not ready. We did get that video on comms that was supposed to be ready, I thought, but okay. All right, so 10:49, we'll have to go to that in just a bit. Unfortunately, that wasn't ready to go. All right, so we see the airplane there, of course, Air Force One live right now. We're going to see President Trump boarding that plane and heading to Washington, D.C. You know, it's great to see President Trump just handling it like a boss that he is, because he's doing the best he can, which is great, and, going to new levels. So great to see that.
And the White House issuing another statement just on the obliterated nuclear facilities, that they are gone. Suggestions otherwise are fake news. The world is far safer after President Trump's highly successful, decisive precision strikes against the Iran regime's key nuclear facilities. Take it from those who actually know. It's the Israel Atomic Energy Commission. Also, President Trump, IDF Chief of Staff, Lieutenant General Eyal Zamir, as well as Iran Foreign Minister spokesman Esmail Baghei, who said our nuclear installations have been badly damaged, that's for sure, including our Vice President and our Secretary of Defense, and countless others, including General Raisin Kane, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
Exactly. Okay, shifting back to the southern border, the White House saying peace, quiet, security. So this is the border under President Trump after just 5 months, and it has to stay this way, the White House says. The One Big Beautiful Bill funds border security, deporting 1 million plus aliens a year, hiring 18,000 agents, and finishing the wall. Pass the bill, the White House says. Make America safe again. Let's enjoy some peace and quiet at the southern border. Take a listen. Maybe a mid-morning nap, even though some of us just woke up right now. But I mean, it's nice to see that there along the southern border.
If you just woke up, you have a problem. Get to work.
Well, not true for the West Coast. I mean, 7:52, maybe. Not a bad time to get
No,
up.
I still stick to it because you got to get up, you got to be like President Trump and work round the clock in order to make America great again, which he is doing. Again, 79 years young, and he's on a 24-hour whirlwind from Washington, D.C. to the Hague, Netherlands, back to Washington, D.C. to get right back to business, cleaning up the neocon and neoliberal mess of the last 30-plus years. I mean, the living predecessors of this president are absolute failures, along with the people they had around them. I think the proof is in the pudding.
Exactly. All right, so those of you that work first shift, second shift, third shift, depends on when you're going to wake up out there. 7:53, of course, on the West Coast, as we are live here on Right Side, 10:53 on the East Coast. Looking forward to seeing President Trump there go to the Air Force One plane and go all the way back to Washington, D.C. stateside. So it'd be great to see the president back on American soil live right now on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
An exciting time for this nation. You saw on full display over the course of this NATO summit the Trump doctrine. 5% across the board for all nations. The only holdout, Spain. So we'll see how that is addressed, as President Trump was very clear in the press conference that it will come in the form of different trade deals to make up for that, missing out on the 5%, that blanket security. But the Secretary General aptly calling President Trump the NATO daddy, as he puts it. So you have some humor with that, along with Secretary of State Marco Rubio laughing at that final question there, but a great opportunity for the world press as well to really ask a question of the President of the United States, perhaps the only time they'll be able to in their careers. And, you know, our sympathies as well as President Trump's to that Ukrainian reporter who was asking about those Patriot missiles, and that there will be a possibility of those being shipped over in a deal. We'll see what happens there, but we know that Zelensky does not have the cards. At least he does own a suit, even though he looked miserable as ever in that family photo amongst many allies who seem to be working very well together under the blanket umbrella leadership of President Trump.
Exactly. So we know that President Trump met with Zelensky prior to that press conference. The press conference was scheduled for 9 a.m. Eastern, and then it didn't start till about 9:50. Well, that's why, because President Trump was meeting with Zelensky. Again, President Trump saying it was a good meeting. Also saying that he wants to speak with, President Trump does, or the team does at the White House, speak with Vladimir Putin as well to hopefully get that war stopped. Also, we did hear again President Trump saying that the White House will be speaking with the Iranian government next week. So it is only Wednesday, June 25th now, but it'd be nice to kind of go into July 4th, just a nice Independence Day holiday for our country, as much peace as possible, as much safety as possible. And then on top of that, before July 4th, July 3rd, President Trump to speak in Iowa at the Iowa State Fairgrounds. So it'll be great. It'll be Rally Day in America once again here, and we're happy to cover it on Right Side. A beautiful look at Air Force One at this point. That is, of course, the overseas jet. I mean, there's a smaller regional sized one. I believe you were in that one towards the rear of the plane with the press.
That's the one, the big, beautiful plane. And the one big, beautiful bill will hopefully be signed if the Senate actually passes their form of it come before the 4th of July. As President Trump has notated on Truth Social, he'd like that to happen along with the Senate leadership led by John Thune. We'll see if that bill does come onto the table. We know how Speaker Mike Johnson passed the impossible with reconciliation, a 215 to 214 vote there. But now it's been sitting in the Senate for weeks. So hopefully we get that done before the holiday and bring much needed tax relief for the middle class, secure the border fully, and also provide great relief for our agricultural and infrastructure. So it's something that needs to be done, and hopefully the Senate can deliver on these things.
Exactly. So Colonial Metals Group is one of our sponsors as well here at Right Side. So you can protect your IRA with gold or silver, also your 401k, all 100% tax-free. So Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, they're trying to use their own currencies, the BRICS nations, instead of our U.S. dollar, but still as Maganomics increases, inflation goes down, jobs go up, all the good things happen, still having gold and silver as a backup plan for your retirement and your savings, an option for you. freegoldguide.com/RSBN. You see right there that QR code, freegoldguide.com/RSBN.
Once you have your retirement and savings in line, always good to stock up the medicine cabinet with all the COVID variants out there, including the threats abroad and within the homeland. Always good to have life-saving medication on hand for the storms in life, literally and figuratively speaking. So pay less for those prescription meds. As President Trump signing that executive order to bring down those costs, there's one online pharmacy that's already hit the ground running. allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Hydrochloroquine, ivermectin, methylene blue, mebendazole, NAD+, 200 essential medications, also antibiotics, emergency medical kits that you could take on the road for your summer vacations as well. Nice and lightweight and convenient for any travel case or bag you might be carrying. Code RSBN20. Now through June 30th, scan the QR code today for 20% off your entire order. They break through the red tape. If you don't have insurance, there's no hassle. There are doctors working 24/7 around the clock for you to get that medication to your doorstep. So simply order via allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Don't let Big Pharma, don't let the insurance companies put you down and keep you unsafe. This is the go-to. All Family Pharmacy is there for you, and they are making America healthy again. Thank you for your sponsorship on the right side of history.
Exactly. So All Family Pharmacy, Colonial Metals Group, Patriot Addict Deals, Call Sheet, Tax Network USA, and on Angel Pays. It seems like you and I are becoming almost experts at gold and silver, at the pharmaceutical situation. I mean, it's pretty interesting to expand our horizons too. It's nice. 10:59. So the top of the hour in just about a minute from now. And so President Trump on his way. So I'm going to check how far it is from The Hague to the Netherlands. What's your guess on that? I don't know.
I would guess around the hour mark. That sounds about right.
Okay.
It's amazing to think if you go to Europe, it's almost as if you're in the continental United States. Everything's so close together. Much smaller countries that actually can resemble states in and of themselves, but such different cultures as well. And we've seen how the European Union really was organized in order to really compete with the United States on a global market, but at times have been extremely unfair. This president setting that record straight, especially with NATO. Now everyone who's involved in NATO, like the UK, is part of the European Union. We saw that with Brexit and the move to keep the pound instead of going with the euro, leaving that organization thanks to great leaders in the independence movement in the United Kingdom, and it's needed now more than ever.
Exactly. 1 hour, 10 minutes, about 43 miles from The Hague to Amsterdam. So President Trump on the way there. So we know that most likely as soon as he walked off the stage there, I mean, he's not going to be hanging around much longer.
Right.
Goes right to the Beast or the SUVs, and I see that, and they go at a pretty good clip. Having been in the the motorcade once before. I remember in New Hampshire, when you're in that motorcade and that highway shut down, let's just say you're not going 50 miles per hour. So I would say, okay, so maybe 45 minutes we'll see President Trump there. So that means at 11:45, just having a little fun today. Let's see if I'm right. 11:45, you want to guess just for fun?
Let's go with 11:40. We'll go tight.
Okay, so 11:40.
If you go over, you lose for the millionth time.
No, it's not true. It's not true.
That's how it's always been done.
No, for me, it's this. If you get it right on the number, you're right. If you don't get the number right, you're wrong. No?
Well, it doesn't matter either way because I always get it right on the head either way.
So there we
just
go.
like I was right with the Electoral College. Joe, I'm owed a prize, but I'll leave it at that. So we're waiting for President Trump to get back to Air Force One and get aboard the plane and go back home to Washington, D.C. to keep crushing it because he is now known as NATO Daddy. It is trending on X, it's trending on Truth Social, it's trending everywhere, and we know that I am always right here on the right side of history.
Oh, there you go. You heard it first. So that means 39 minutes and 25 seconds from now, we're going to see the Commander-in-Chief there in Amsterdam. I say 11:45. He says 11:40. We'll see. Why don't you stay with us and see who wins? Or, if you got something else to do, at least tune back in around 11:40, see who's right. Anyway, thanks so much for streaming in. Seriously, though, since 7:30 this morning. Holy smokes, it's been quite the morning, hasn't it?
It's been a great morning. It's the way I want to start my morning with RSBN. Why would you not want to, especially when President Trump is overseas, to really dive into what's been 2 weeks of, imagine, this could have gone any direction with the 12-day war between Israel and Iran to what's happened now at NATO, and even dating back to the G7 summit. I don't know if anyone else could have really handled it as cleanly as President Trump did. And as the reporter asked from, I believe it was the Ukraine, you said you were going to finish this in 24 hours between Russia and Ukraine. He said, look, it's hard. These are two people who hate each other, Vladimir Zelensky, Vladimir Putin, and two incredible fighting forces. And now it's at this terrible stalemate. But 7,000 Russians and Ukrainian soldiers dying just last week because of this. But he said, look, I just ended 30 years plus of fighting in Iran in a matter of hours. So President Trump has to clean up this neoliberal, neocon agenda, and I hope it really opens up the eyes of people and pulled back the curtain once again of what took place over the Autopen administration. It's frightening to think about. Putin actually discussed using these weapons on a regular basis, and for someone who is, I don't care for Vladimir Putin, but he's very measured, never spoke of that before. Well, during Autopen, he was very open about, I might have to drop a nuke. It's a scary thing to think about.
It is, and I know the United States has many more nuclear weapons than any country on Earth by a lot, but hopefully nothing ever like that has to ever happen, as we just want peace, and hopefully Ukraine and Russia will do that. Hopefully Israel and Iran will honor the peace ceasefire there, and hopefully it just continues on in that way. As we still, though, outside of the world scene, now that the president's returning to our country, we don't forget about ever America first and getting our country taken care of on our streets with all of the situations that we are dealing with. We have those 20 promises to be taken care of, including sealing the border, which we already know is happening. Mm-hmm. We know that we have to defend our Constitution is one of the promises, ending the weaponization of government. Also, keeping men out of women's sports. I mean, though President Trump from the federal standpoint said this is the way it is for our country, there are a few here and there around their country that are saying no. And so anyway, we see also within local government, the New York City mayor's race is something to keep an eye on because, we, even though they're all Democrats, as we used to say, there's a lesser of two evils. Well, Andrew Cuomo is the lesser of two evils when it comes to a real radical socialist that may take over that city, which would start just spreading terrible things for New York and maybe our country in some ways, just like London does in some ways for the UK. This is all truthful stuff, and the reason why I'm able to speak it and not be like, oh, is somebody going to do something like the UK or in this country? You know what? If God is for you, who can be against you? Also, fear not, for I'm with you. I mean, you look at these Bible scriptures and you really either believe them or you don't. I'm not trying to poke a bear or anything. I'm just speaking truth, and common sense. And that's really what the American people have been starving for over the years. But the false narrative of the left-wing media has unfortunately been doing what they've been doing over the years. So enter conservative media, and thank God in heaven for that.
Well, and the opportunity at the White House, you look at whitehouse.gov/new media. You could sit in that new media chair if you're a podcast host or just trying to get the truth out there to people. And with all of the different options and streaming services, you should be able to follow it unlike it was ever presented before, because it used to just be the big names and the legacy and the cable. And now you have a lot more different options to go to. And many of those people, having worked in those halls of the legacy media, then take those skills out to new mediums. And for a lot of people, if you just carry around one of these guys, you can end up being a journalist. So it's good to get out there, and thank you to this White House that provides such access. And even for us at RSBN, having the opportunity to interview the president and senior staff so we can bring that all to you in real time as a live desk.
And we love doing it. 11:07 a.m. Eastern Time. President Trump on his way. We'll be there around 11:45 as to my guesstimation. Robert's saying 11:40, but what do you guys say? Go ahead and type it in all of the different chats that you're watching, whether it's Rumble or YouTube or X or Facebook or wherever you're watching right now. Just go ahead and say, hey, we think it's going to be this time. We'll see who's right. Who wins a prize? I don't know, though. I don't know what prize we would give them if we were to get it right on the money.
I don't know. Maybe you could truth it out and take a poll.
That would be cool. We can do that. Also, a cool prize would be, maybe that's a good time to talk about patriotaddictdeals.com. Speaking of airplanes, Trump Force One, this great plane that you can get by just going to patriotaddictdeals.com. And you can get this 20% off with RSBN 20. So I know you have one of these. I haven't seen this in person yet, so I'd love to see one of these in person. And also, when President Trump, how about that Qatar airplane as well? Will the new paint job, upgrades, enhancements will be on that plane? It'll be cool to see that if that's going to happen soon. Now that that's given to the United States government. But anyway, patriotaddictdeals.com, Trump Force One airplane. Good stuff, right?
Yes, absolutely. And these go fast. When I got mine, it was gone off the shelves. I didn't think it was coming back. It's all handcrafted. So these are not mass produced. There's 100 that are in stock. And as we speak, it could be depleting, as this is a popular time to get your memorabilia. So patriotaddictdeals.com. Also, some great other items on there, including that Trump knife and countless other things that you can have for your MAGA man cave. So claim that 20% off right now using code RSBN20. Easy to remember, patriotaddictdeals.com.
And then let's go to mypillow.com/RSBN. My Coffee, it's great stuff there. Also, many great products, more than 2,000 products. That is an exclusive special right here on Right Side. Okay, so if you purchase anything on the network or on the website there, you'll be able to get that free with God. All things are possible. Multi-use MyPillow 2.0. You see it there, $39.98 value. So just use that RSBN promo code, and you got the number there too, or you have the number there, 800-836-7556, I think I can see from here. I'm going to have to get some contacts maybe someday. But anyway, 11:09, Wednesday, June 25th. Thanks so much for streaming in live here on Right Side. Why don't we do this? Let's take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back. We're going to see President Trump boarding Air Force One on the other side of the break. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Hey y'all, it's Silk. from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
To celebrate our newest launch, Rev 7, I'm bringing you an amazing introductory offer, plus an exclusive overstock sale that you're not going to want to miss. Rev 7 is our premium energy drink that tastes great and gives you energy all day with no jitters and no crashes. That's because there's no sugar and no caffeine. I'm so sure you're going to love Rev 7 that for a limited time you can try our 3-pack absolutely free. Or check out our Percale bed sheets. I can't believe I'm even going to say this. Every color, every style, every size, only $29.88. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to save 20% on our Rev 7 12-packs or try our introductory 3-pack absolutely free. And our Percale bed sheets, all sizes, only $29.88, even the queens and kings. Inventory is extremely limited, so order now.
Welcome back. This is RSBN Live. Robert McNeely. I'm Matthew Alvarez. Thanks again for streaming in with us as we cover President Trump's trip to The Hague, which is in the Netherlands. So the NATO trip is now over. The press conference was the last thing on the president's schedule, and now he's headed directly to that airplane right there. It will be call letters or the call sign Air Force One as soon as President Trump steps foot onto that plane. So we'll see that. Maybe he'll stop and talk to reporters for a second. We'll see. We'll have it here for you live. Also, on a joking side, Robert and I were just talking about a new piece of merchandise that may sell, and it could catch on. It just depends how much it's trending. It's trending on X right now. I'm pretty sure it's trending on Truth Social. But everybody should get a NATO Daddy t-shirt or maybe a hat. You know, you never know. Kind of fun stuff, you know. President Trump had a couple good laughs about that today as well. So we'll see what happens. All right, 11:13 this morning as we continue to cover the president today.
Yes, an exciting time and consequential time over the course of the last few weeks with new deals being signed between the United States, the United Kingdom, at the G7, specifically in Alberta, Canada. That had to be cut short for President Trump to go then back to Washington, D.C. to oversee everything that was taking place with Israel's attack on Iran. And he ended up authorizing this big, beautiful B-2 operation along with Tomahawks that have dismantled the Iranian nuclear program. It's been unequivocally agreed to by all the experts, including even those in Iran. So they will be discussing next week with the United States. Is that Steve Witkoff, perhaps Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth as well, all gentlemen who have been crucial to the negotiation of foreign policy and national security for the United States over the course of this entire administration. They've achieved more in roughly 5 or so months than any recent administration has in regards to peace, securing the border, and reversing the auto pen era of a skyrocketing national debt. So we look forward to all of the successes in turn with this NATO summit. Now, all nations, with the exception of Spain, paying 5% of their GDP into shared security blankets provided to them by the NATO treaty.
Exactly. So we see that this was a solid trip there for the president, and a great way to end it there with the press conference, a global press conference. That's something, of course, being aired all around the world, including this live stream right here on Right Side. So thanks so much for streaming with us as you continue to turn off the left-wing ridiculous machine of propaganda and things that are against President Trump and against our country, and joining us, but also joining conservative media as well. So thanks for doing that as we continue to cover this live broadcast. Okay, so we know that the next thing on President Trump's, when it comes to his schedule, is, as of right now, the trip to Iowa, which is going to be Thursday, July 3rd for a America 250 rally. So a great speech to be had there in Iowa. It'll be Rally Day in America. Of course, we'll have it live right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. really looking forward to, again, and I say it every time with the rallies, but prior to the rally, outside the venue, seeing we the people out there and hearing from all of us. It's just fun TV too, just to go live there and just connect with all of you, and it'll be a good day.
Always good to see the great people of the United States out there in real time, to see their president, and to be involved in a celebration that is going to be second to none. And Flag Day was just like that in Washington, D.C., and I'm sure this beginning of the Jubilee year leading into 250 years of the United States of America is not one to disappoint, especially in the beautiful fields of Iowa.
Exactly. All right, so why don't we do this? Those of you that have joined us a little bit late, there is the minute where President Trump spoke with the NATO Security General, or the Secretary General, and they spoke for about 18 minutes. So, Director, can we get that, and we can play that? After that video, we'll be still live here the whole time. If we see the president at all, we'll go to it. But I believe it's still going to be a solid 20 to 30 minutes before we see President Trump there on Air Force One. So maybe we can keep a split screen with the Air Force One if you'd like. But let's go to that between the NATO Secretary General and President Trump from earlier today.
I mean, if you take a look at the numbers, we're with them, and they have very big things to announce today. I don't know if you've taken the vote or you're going to take the vote, but I've been asking them to go up to 5% for a number of years, and they're going up to 5%, and that's a big, from 2%. And a lot of people didn't even pay the 2%. So I think that's going to be very big news. NATO is going to become very strong with us, and I appreciate doing it. Perhaps you want to talk.
Yeah. First, before we go to the spending, I just want to recognize your decisive action on Iran.
Thank you.
You are a man of strength, but you're also a man of peace. And the fact that you are now also successful in getting this ceasefire done between Israel and Iran, I really want to commend you for that.
Thank you.
And I think this is important for the whole world. Then on spending, it's absolutely true. I want to state here, without not have happened in 3 stages. When you became president in 2016, 2017, you forced Europeans and Canadians to pay more. At this moment, the result of that phase is 1 trillion extra aggregate defense spending by the Canadians and the Europeans. Then came phase 2, when you became president in January last year. Phase 2 is that all the countries not yet on 2% have now committed to the 2%. This is the old goal from Wales in 2014. 7 were not on 2%. Some were saying somewhere in the 2030s. Now this year, all of them, including Canada, including Italy, including Belgium, they have all now committed to the 2%. And now comes the big splash. Today, we will decide to go to 5%. We have to keep ourselves safe from our adversaries, but also because it is fair to equalize with the United States. With this 5%, the Europeans and the Canadians will equalize their defense spending with the United States. So this is not about American taxpayers paying more. This is about Europeans, Canadians paying more. And again, this would not have happened. I'm really saying this here. And some people might criticize me, but then when I speak with them, they all say, yes, you're right. This would not have happened if you would not have been elected in 2016 and re-elected last year and back into office in January. So I want to thank you.
Well, thank you very much. It's a great victory for everybody, I think. And we will be equalized very shortly, and that's the way it has to be. It's going to be a lot of money, too, a lot of defense.
Trillions extra.
Yeah, and we have a great relationship, and we've had a great relationship from the beginning. Highly respected man, and yeah, we appreciate you being here too, everybody. We really do. We have a tremendous group of people on my left and a tremendous group of people on my right. They might be even better than my people. I don't know. Let's have a fight. Sure. Let's figure it out. Anyway, but we appreciate it, and we've had a tremendous relationship, Mark and I, and we've really worked on it for a long time. And when Biden was here, it just died. It just died like everything else died. And now it's you're going to take, I guess, a vote today, right?
Absolutely. Today we will decide unanimously to do this. That's my absolute conviction.
So we can't talk about it until the vote's taken, because sometimes, you know, strange things happen with those. But I think you're going to.
I'm not too worried.
I think you're going to do very well. Everyone's very happy about it. Go ahead. Yes.
Mr. President, how is the Iran-Israel ceasefire going, in your opinion?
I think very good. Israel came back yesterday. I was so proud of them. because they came back. They went out because they felt there was a violation. And technically they were right, but it just wouldn't have worked out very well. And they brought the planes back. They had gone on to another journey because there was a little bit of a violation. And I said, you got to get them back. And they came back, and it was a great thing. And it's going very well.
Mr. President, what are your sort of response to the foreign minister saying he still wants to enrich nuclear?
Hello, Katie. She's so great, this one. Any question she asks, I'll answer. Well, maybe I better not say that. What was your question?
What is your response to the Iranian foreign minister continuing to say Iran will enrich uranium and pursue nuclear weapons?
Well, I don't know if they've said that, but I'll tell you, the last thing they want to do is enrich anything right now. They want to recover. And we won't let that happen, number one. Militarily, we won't. I think we'll end up having somewhat of a relationship with Iran. I see it. Look, I've had a relationship over the last 4 days. They agreed to the ceasefire. And it was a very equal agreement. They both said, that's enough. They both said it. But no, they won't do that. The last thing they want to do, Katie, is enrich. They're not looking to, they're not, can you imagine after all that, they're going to say, oh, let's go and do a bomb. There could be a day in the future, and then somebody else taking our place will be saying, don't do it. And maybe they won't do it as well, I don't know. But they're not going to have a bomb, and they're not going to enrich. And we believe all of the stuff is down there. We don't think they had nearly the time, because to get that out is a very difficult thing. It's not like moving a package or taking this carpet up and moving it. It's very difficult. It's very dangerous to do. We believe it's all down there. We had a tremendous victory, a tremendous hit, and because of that, I don't think they would have been down there, because they knew we were coming. When they know we're coming, they're not going to be down in that 30 stories underground. So no, I think it was just a tremendous victory for everybody, including Iran. Look, they've got a country, and they've got oil, and they're very smart people, and they can come back. Israel got hit very hard, especially the last couple of days. Israel was hit really hard. Those ballistic missiles, boy, they took out a lot of buildings. And they've been great. Bibi Netanyahu should be very proud of himself. And they've really been great. But they're not going to be building bombs for a long time.
Mr. President, what's your reaction to the intelligence reports saying that the Iranian nuclear sites were only partially devastated, not entirely?
Yeah, well, they said it was actually, the report said it could have been they don't know. I mean, they did a report. I could have Pete talk to it because his department did the report. They really don't know. I think Israel's going to be telling us very soon, because Bibi is going to have people involved in that whole situation. We hear it was obliteration. It was a virtual obliteration. When you take a look at the ground above, don't forget, the flame is all underground. But everything above, if you look at the before and the after picture, everything above is burned black. The trees, everything. There's one building, but that's a building that sunk substantially into the granite, so that the fire goes right over it. I believe it was total obliteration. I believe they didn't have a chance to get anything out because we acted fast. If it would have taken 2 weeks, maybe, but it's very hard to remove that kind of material. Very hard and very dangerous for them to remove it. Plus, they knew we were coming, and if they know we're coming, they're not going to be down there. There aren't too many people that are going to be down there. Pete, do you have something to say about that?
Well, Mr. President, when you talk to the people who built the bombs, understand what those bombs can do, and deliver those bombs, they landed precisely where they were supposed to, so it was a flawless mission.
Flawless.
Right down where we knew they needed to enter, and given the 30,000 pounds of explosives and capability of those munitions, it was devastation underneath Fordo. And the amount of munitions, 6 per location, any assessment that tells you it was something otherwise is speculating with other motives. And we know that because when you actually look at the report, by the way, it was a top secret report, it was preliminary, it was low confidence. All right, so this isn't, you make assessments based on what you know.
They said it could be very devastating, very serious.
Moderate to severe, and we believe far more likely severe and obliterated. So this is a political motive here.
Is there a leak investigation?
Of course, we're doing a leak investigation with the FBI right now because this information is for internal purposes, battle damage assessments, and CNN and others are trying to spin it to make the president look bad when this was an overwhelming success.
We had a tremendous success, and this is the New York Times. I call it the failing New York Times. It's going to hell. And CNN, which, as you know, very few people are watching. And You would think they'd do the opposite. You would think they'd want to say, this was an unbelievable success. And the thing that hurts me is it's really demeaning to the pilots and the people that put that whole thing together, the generals. That was a perfect operation. And when you look at the holes, and this was done from 52,000 feet, there was no moon, there was no light, and those 3 holes are right together. And also, and nobody talks about this, we shot 30 Tomahawks from submarines, in particular one submarine, but that was 400 miles away. Mm-hmm. And every one of those Tomahawks hit within a foot of where they were supposed to hit, took out a lot of buildings that Israel wasn't able to get. We took them out with Tomahawks. We don't even talk about that. This was a devastating attack, and it knocked them for a loop. And, you know, if it didn't, they wouldn't have settled. If they had won, if we didn't take it out, they wouldn't have settled. Somebody mentioned that to me last night. If that thing wasn't devastated, they would have never settled. Marco, do you have something to say?
No, first of all, on this stuff about the intelligence, this is what a leaker is telling you the intelligence says. That's the game these people play. They read it, and then they go out and characterize it the way they want it characterized, and they're leakers. This is the game they play. So that's number one. Number two, here's a fact. The conversion facility, which you can't do a nuclear weapon without a conversion facility. We can't even find where it is, where it used to be on the map. You can't even find where it used to be because the whole thing is just blackened out. It's gone.
It's wiped out.
It's wiped out. Then we dropped 12 of the strongest bombs on the planet right down the hole in 2 places. Everything underneath that mountain is in bad shape. And I refer you to the statement of the IAEA, Mr. Grossi. You know what he said? He said there was Iran, the way it looked the day before the attack, and what their nuclear program looks like now. 2 very different things. They are way behind where they were just 7 days ago. Now, anything in the world can be rebuilt, but now we know where it is. And if they try to rebuild it, we'll have options there as well. But all this leaker stuff, these leakers are professional stabbers. That's what they are. They go out and they read this stuff, and then they tell you what it says against the law, but they characterize it for you in a way that's absolutely false. There's no way Iran comes to the table if somehow nothing had happened. This was complete and total obliteration. They're in bad shape. They are way behind today compared to where they were just 7 days ago because of what the president did.
Marco, can I just alert you to one other aspect? So the great thing is you took out the nuclear capability of Iran. This was crucial. You did it in a way which is extremely impressive. But the signal sends to the rest of the world that this president, when it comes to it, yes, he is a man of peace, but if necessary, he is willing to use strength, the enormous strength of the American military. So I think that signal to the rest of the world, this is far beyond Iran, is extremely important. So let me also point us to that aspect of what happens.
They went down, Iran went down to the site afterwards. They said it's so devastated, and they settled when they saw what we did to it. And frankly, if we didn't do that, they would have had a lot of ammunition to keep going. They wouldn't have settled. Somebody brought that up, and 2 Iranians went down to see it, and they called back, and they said, this place is gone. So it's just fake news by CNN, which has got no ratings. It's a failed network. Anybody here from CNN, by the way? Because you're really disgraceful network. MSNBC, I think, is actually worse. But they're all pretty bad. But yours is good, Katie, I'll tell you. You know what Marco reminded me that he did such a nice job there? It was 9 years ago I had to debate this guy. He was not easy. I think he even got better. But when you were into your little thing, I said, this is when I had to debate this guy. You think it's easy to debate him? It's not easy.
How long do you think that the Iranian nuclear program has been put back by these strikes? Years or totally?
I think basically decades, because I don't think they'll ever do it again. I just don't think they're going to do it. I think they're going to take their oil, they're going to have some missiles, and they'll have some defense. I think they've had it. I mean, they just went through hell. I think they've had it. The last thing they want to do is enrich. They've been trying to do it. By the way, it's hard to enrich. And, you know, when you look at a site like that, very, very hard to build. Very, very hard, very expensive. They spent trillions of dollars trying to do this thing, and they didn't come up with it. And we're actually getting along with them very well right now. But had we not succeeded with that hit ended the war. That hit ended the war. I don't want to use an example of Hiroshima. I don't want to use an example of Nagasaki. But that was essentially the same thing. That ended that war. This ended that with the war. If we didn't take that out, they'd be fighting right now.
Mr. President?
Yeah.
If the Iranians do rebuild, would the United States...
If they rebuild?
Would the United States strike
But I'm not going to have to worry about that. It's gone for years, years. Very tough to rebuild because the whole thing is collapsed. In other words, inside, it's all collapsed. Nobody can get in to see it because it's collapsed. You can't go in to see a room that has, 10 million tons of rock in it. And the tunnels are totally collapsed.
But if they rebuild.
Well, they've already looked at the tunnels. This was an unbelievable hit by genius pilots and genius people in the military, and they're not being given credit for it because we have scum that's in this group, and not all of you are. You have some great reporters, but you have scum. CNN is scum. MSDNC is scum. The New York Times is scum. They're bad people. They're sick. And what they've done is they're trying to make this unbelievable victory into something less. Now, even they admit that it was hit very hard, okay? But it wasn't hit hard. It was hit brutally, and it knocked it out. The original word that I use, I guess it got us in trouble because it's a strong word. It was obliteration. And you'll see that. And it's going to come out. Israel is doing a report on it now, I understand. And I was told that they said it was total obliteration. They have guys that go in there after the hit, and they say it was total obliteration. And, I don't want it for me. I want it for the pilots. I want it for the military. They did such a good job. If you were in the Situation Room with me, with the generals and all of the people that did such a good job, and then they get demeaned by these idiots at CNN who can't get ratings, the place is dying. Nobody wants to even waste their time going on their shows. So they form with the New York Times, who's dying also. Without Trump, you wouldn't have a New York Times.
And then just changing gears to your meeting with Zelensky later today, can you give us any preview of what the two of you might be discuusing?
No, well, we'll discuss the obvious. We'll discuss his difficulty. He's got a little difficulty. Zelensky. He's a nice guy. I mean, I'm going to meet him today. I don't know. I assume we're going to be discussing Ukraine.
Yes.
I mean, it seems like the most likely subject.
Any restart talks there or anything that you might do?
Well, we're going to see. I mean, I've spoken to Putin a lot, and he actually was very nice. He volunteered help on, as you know, on Iran. I said, no, I don't need help on Iran. I need help on Russia. Okay? I said, do me a favor. Help us on Russia, not on Iran. But he was very nice. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk. I think progress is being made. I think great progress is being made on Gaza. I think because of this attack that we made, I think we're going to have some very good news. I was talking to Steve Witkoff, who, by the way, is terrific, and who knows more about this subject than anybody, the subject of what we were just talking about. He was on last night with Jesse and with Laura and with Sean. And, boy, Susie, he has a great take on it. He just explains it so easily. He's really very knowledgeable. But he did tell me that Gaza is very close.
Thomas, we have to go to
Oh, okay.
Yeah, shall we go?
One follow-up on Iran. Both you and Secretary Rubio and Hexet mentioned the leaders. But can you clarify, is the intelligence correct or is the intelligence wrong?
Well, the intelligence was very inconclusive. Okay. The intelligence says we don't know. It could have been very severe. That's what the intelligence says. So I guess that's correct. But I think we can take the we don't know. It was very severe. It was obliteration. And you'd think that a media outlet would say, isn't that a great thing? I mean, more importantly for the pilots, for the military, you take their guts out. You take their absolute guts out. They had a tremendous attack. It was a complete obliteration. The other team, the other group, Iran, said, let's stop this. And you know what? Israel said it too. Very smart. They fought like hell, and then they said, let's stop. And they're going to build themselves. And I really see it as sticking. I mean, we may do papers on it, Marco. Maybe we're going to do papers. I don't even know if you need them. They're not going to be fighting each other. They've had it. They've had a big fight, like two kids in a schoolyard. You know, they fight. You can't stop them. Let them fight for about 2-3 minutes. Then it's easy to stop them.
And then Daddy has to sometimes use strong language.
You have to use strong language. Every once in a while you have to use a certain word.
I think we have to join the others.
Yes, we're going to join some other group. Yes, thank you. Katie, one
last question. Do you believe
she's so good. That's the only reason I think.
Thank you, Mr. President.
She used to be very difficult. Go ahead.
Do you believe that this strike on the Iranian nuclear program will lead to the release of the hostages in Gaza?
I think that it helped a little bit. It showed a lot of power. Yeah, I think it helped. But we're going to separately, even before this, we were very close to making a deal on Gaza. I think this helped, yes. Okay, thank you, Kevin. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Let's go. Thanks, guys.
Okay, so that was from several hours ago in the Netherlands. Now we're looking live there, still in the Netherlands. This is Amsterdam Airport to the right of the screen there. President Trump is, we're hearing, nearing the tarmac there with the motorcade. So it's 11:36 a.m. Eastern Time. We are looking forward to seeing the president on that plane. We were talking before about it being around 11:45 or 11:40. We'll see what happens. Just monitoring it. It'll be, again, great to see the president on the way back here to Washington, D.C. In the States.
Yes, it'll be great to have a Godspeed trip home, Mr. President. What a success in the last couple of weeks, and big things happening this summer as we hope you're enjoying your summer vacations and more time with family and friends, as is traditional this time of year. But good to keep an eye on all of this, and don't you worry, Right Side Broadcasting will be on it for you to catch the live desk so you can see what's happening in your government, whether it's within the Beltway, outside of it, and on international trips like this one.
Speaking of outside the Washington, D.C. Beltway, Iowa, it will be Rally Day in America on July 3rd. President Trump to deliver an address there the day before July 4th, of course, the day of our independence. So this is the kickoff that America 250. So we'll be turning 250 years old, our country, next year on July 4th. So just kicking off that year of, I believe there's going to be a lot of different celebrations throughout the year. I think that's what's part of the reason why it's a kickoff on the 3rd. So it'll be cool to see the various things that happen as we celebrate freedom, as we celebrate the U.S. of A., as we celebrate the American flag, celebrate each other. Just, hey, this is a great country to be a part of, and we hope for even more greatness. That's why it's called Make America Great Again.
Yes, and President Trump leading the clear way on that and working overtime in order to ensure all of this happens. And we hope that before this Iowa trip that the Senate will complete this one big beautiful bill and we'll get to President Trump's desk.
Exactly. So we'll monitor that coverage as well with the one big beautiful bill. And so once we see any of that traction happening, we'll bring that to you. And we could also bring you live coverage of that as well from the Senate once they start debating more on that, or once they pass it and the vote and that kind of thing. We'll be monitoring those feeds as well. So you came to the right place for live TV, live streaming, and it's here at Right Side. And of course, on the side of conservative media, just a shout out to everybody in conservative media, because really the messaging is all on the right side of history most of the time, right? So it's great to see that. This is totally the opposite of the fake news. We're not part of that. We don't want to be a part of that. And we're glad to be here with you guys at 11:38, Wednesday, June 25th. So we are hearing from the producer, if you can let me know again, did you say you saw some of the motorcade with President Trump, or is he on the way there to the tarmac at this point? Okay. They're saying we should be seeing them soon. So any minute from now, we'll see the beast, the Cadillac, and the SUVs just roll right up to Air Force One and take off back to Washington, D.C. To your point from earlier, about 6 to 7 hours of a flight there. I remember I flew to London, and it was about a 7-hour flight back in the day. So, not too far from London-ish there. So, yeah, we'll be... and also, one thing we can also look forward to, Robert, as you know, and as you've partook or have partaken in, is the mini press gaggle at the back of the plane. So President Trump, when he's on his way back, usually goes back to the press, right? And break that down for us again. So if you're sitting there on Air Force One, did just the President of the United States just show up? Or was it like, hey, he's coming back in 2 minutes? Can you walk us through what that was like months ago?
Well, as you saw, the very pretty blonde girl who was holding the microphone with all the reporters, that's Allison. She works in the White House press corps and with the communications team. And she's on the plane with the press. And she gives us the signal, hey, POTUS is coming back. So it was right after dinner, as that was being cleaned up by the ushers. Yes, he is coming back to speak with you, which we were somewhat anticipating, because of the weather in Washington, it was rather getting late as well, our return from Palm Beach International, but it was raining outside as well, so usually want to get indoors when that occurs. So he took a perfect opportunity to come on back. Mind you, it was 1:45, so the man just works around the clock. He looked fresh as ever. And now I think we're getting a shot of the motorcade there right at 11:40, so I win. And
No, wait a minute. We said
it's official.
No, he said once. We said once he stepped onto Air Force One is what we specifically
Well, let's see the
said.
playback, because I don't remember that. So I remember when we get the actual footage of him, and that's at 11:40.
That's great. That's great. Yeah, we will. We might look back at the replay. I don't know if we care that much if we're right on this one. I kind of do.
I do, because I'm extremely competitive. Hate to lose.
There you go.
So there we go. There's the motorcade for you.
Yes.
President Trump will be en route to Washington, D.C., our nation's capital, from the capital of the Netherlands, Amsterdam.
Exactly. So that's great. We're seeing President Trump pull up here. Why don't we do this? Let's go there live to Amsterdam to watch President Trump board Air Force One. And then why don't we stay with that shot for a little bit? Maybe you could come back to us while the plane's getting ready to go, and then we'll watch it take off as well. So let's go there live right now to the Netherlands. All right, so Robert said 11:40. I said 11:45 for the time that the president would be in the plane. Well, guess what? Right down the middle, it was 11:43-ish, so I think we both win. That's a nice way to do it. He doesn't like that.
I don't share trophies. So.
All right, well, anyway, so we tried. President Trump departing from the NATO Summit there in the Netherlands. Isn't that, it's just great to see. It's just a powerful situation just to see Air Force One with President Trump, the commander-in-chief. Much stronger of a president than whatever we had last go-around, which wasn't even really the winner of the election. But anyway, look at that plane. Massive, massive plane from Amsterdam. You're looking live right now. Thanks again for streaming with us here on Right Side. And Robert and I were talking about the Cadillac Beast there, that black vehicle there that is so secure. And we wondered how many are in the fleet, right? So it's like, you know, they obviously fly the Beast in advance before the president goes to the Netherlands. And I'm sure, obviously, there's more of those Cadillacs back home in D.C. So quite cool to see that stuff.
Yes, and it is roughly 5:45 in the Netherlands right now. So they have nice long summers. I think they get close to that 24-hour summertime with all of that, with where they're located in the world. So it is early evening there and beautiful sunshiny day. I love when the sunset hits Air Force One like it is. And you saw Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth following the president up the stairs there. A successful trip, gentlemen. We look forward to seeing you back here stateside.
Exactly. And so as soon as that happens, we'll also hear about a press gaggle on the Air Force One where the president will speak with the press in the back of the plane, even though he just got done with a press conference. So there may be times that he just doesn't do that. I don't know. I think every time he has, though, I believe, right?
For the most part, it seems on the last few trips. And then when we were fortunate enough to do that over St. Patrick's weekend, one of the photog journalists who was there for 6 weeks straight actually said he's been doing this more often than not. So great to see that, breaking a lot of precedent as he does at times, and we welcome it because he's been the most transparent commander-in-chief. He makes our jobs a lot easier with the amount of content and the way he turns everything into a gaggle or into a press conference in and of itself. He did that with raising the flagpoles the other week, just speaking to the in-town press pool. And great to have that compared to what happened in the last administration where you really could not find the guy.
Exactly. And then on top of that, then you have Truth Social. I was just going to call it Trump Social, even though there's Trump Mobile. That's a whole other thing. That just was announced a couple weeks back. We interviewed Eric Trump, the great son of one of the sons of President Trump, of course, just recently. But the point is, on Truth Social, getting that access, to your point, Robert, about the content, to be able to just simply read what the latest post is from President Trump is newsworthy every time there's a post. So it's pretty cool to have that access and to have Truth Social as well for that. Also, a shout out to X and Elon Musk for really opening it up for freedom on that site as well. All right, so as soon as the plane starts to move just an inch, we'll go there live and just listen in live and watch that huge plane take off from Amsterdam. Next location, please put your seatbelts on. We'll be in Washington, D.C. soon.
Yes, and there's really no wait time as long as everyone else gets on that plane ready to go. Pretty much Air Force One moves when the president is ready to go, and that's probably the biggest surprise when you're on board because you're used to the taxiing or waiting to board any other commercial jet, right? But this one, a little bit different. President Trump gets on, and we're pretty much taking off. So we see the back there, some staff and perhaps also some members of the press then boarding on the back of the motorcade as well. I was wondering if they're going to leave some of the scum back in the Netherlands, but maybe they won't. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, no, that'd be cool. Be like, hey, fly your way back and use one of the other airlines, but we won't name any of those right now, of course. All right, so just imagine being a pilot for that plane right there, or the pilot and the first officer. It's I believe these are former U.S. Air Force pilots. This is an Air Force jet, so not former, but maybe a fighter pilot of sorts. Maybe some commercial airline pilots that are just top of the line, but that is quite the job, man, to fly that plane across the open sea like that, and with God's protection, just a great flight. So really looking forward to seeing the upgrade, though, when it comes to the paint job that President Trump wants to have on that Qatari jet, again, given to the Department of Defense for future presidents' use as well. So we'll see how that all looks when it is released to the public. All right, 11:49, about 11 minutes now from the top of the hour. Thanks so much for streaming with us. Those of you that have watched since 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time, I wish I can give you a prize or something, because that's a lot of time. But thanks for doing that. And if you're just joining us now, obviously you can replay all of this footage from President Trump. I mean, you don't want to miss the press conference from earlier. That was great. And him sitting down with the Secretary General of NATO, the back and forth, the whole NATO daddy comment is in there. It was kind of funny back and forth with that. And just a lot of coverage here, a lot of commentary. And we're about to wrap it up here in a second. Again, if there's any breaking news, people can count on us, can't they, Robert?
Yes, absolutely. We're the live desk, the go-to for you. See what's happening in your world and within your government. And if you wish to opine, feedback at rsbn.tv. A great way to keep in communication with us. We read everything that comes in. And it's about 10 minutes until the top of the noon hour on the East Coast, around 9 o'clock on the West Coast. Morning and early afternoon for the United States. It is the evening in the Netherlands, close to 6 o'clock, as President Trump is taxiing aboard Air Force One from Amsterdam, the Netherlands, the capital of the Dutch country, also known as Holland. It has a lot of names to it. En route to our federal city, Washington, D.C.
All right, let's do it. It's 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Let's go there live. Let's listen in to Air Force One. We'll see you in just a second, right after we see the plane take off into the friendly skies of the Netherlands.
naar links, hè? Hij moet graag op tafel. Oh, zo.
Ik denk alleen dat ik zo wel ga lopen. Maar auto's staat daar niet weg.
President Trump departing the Netherlands after a successful NATO summit en route for our nation's capital. It's about noon o'clock on the East Coast, 9 o'clock on the West Coast, and 6 o'clock in the evening in the Netherlands. President Trump should be arriving around the 7 o'clock p.m. Eastern mark in Washington, D.C. And if you just happen to be tuning in, we are covering the end of what has been just a successful NATO summit. The Trump doctrine on full display. 5% of that GDP, everyone's paying in, except for Spain. But I'm sure Spain's going to learn the hard way with upcoming trade deals directly with the President of the United States.
And as the President returns, of course, most of the time he speaks to the press at the back of the plane. So once we get something like that, we'll upload it to our various channels. We want to thank you guys so much for streaming with us, watching on Rumble and all of the social platforms and streaming services out there. Thank you guys for doing so. Since 7:30 this morning, Robert and I have been live here covering the last bit of NATO, the press conference, and the Secretary General meeting with the President and the Secretary of State and the Secretary of Defense as well. So as we're seeing the images there of just the clouds at this point, we know President Trump is on his way back to the United States of America. Let's thank a number of sponsors before we wrap this broadcast today, including allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. We want to thank them so much for being a great sponsor here. allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Also Colonial Metals Group.
Yes, Colonial Metals Group, sponsored by and endorsed by the great U.S. Attorney, Judge Jeanine Pirro. Who else? Why would you go with anyone else's recommendation? They are truly the best. Scan that QR code there, freegoldguide.com/RSBN. Protect your IRA and 401k with gold, 100% tax-free, because we know the Chinese Communist Party, they want to drop an economic Pearl Harbor on the United States. Thank God for President Trump. Thank God for this government that won't allow them to do that. Regardless, always good to have gold and silver in your back pocket. And now running for a temporary time, $7,500 on the house of free silver. You'll be eligible for that with a purchase through your no obligation free gold guide. Again, freegoldguide.com/RSBN.
We'd also like to thank angelpaste.com out of Spring, Texas. A number of great products on there. All you have to do is go to angelpaste.com. Use the RSBN promo code. You'll get a percentage off. Again, the Lone Star State, a great group of people there, hiring military veterans as well. So angelpaste.com, Kalshi.com/RSBN. Betting and trading on anything, really. Technology, sports, science, all sorts of stuff. How about just global politics, international, of course, domestic politics, Kalshi.com/RSBN. And we also have another great sponsor as we just watched a plane take off. Let's talk about one as well.
PatriotActDeals.com, your replica Trump Force One plane, going for 20% off right now. These are handcrafted. They are not mass produced. Once they're gone, they are gone. So this is a limited edition prized item for your MAGA man cave or for your desk to let people know the patriot that you are. PatriotActDeals.com. Claim the 20% off now, going with code RSBN20.
Also, Tax Network USA, 800-357-1415. If you are looking to settle any back taxes, this is the group to do it with. Tax Network USA, tnusa.com/RSBN. And I believe this is our last sponsor, mypillow.com/RSBN. More than 2,000 products to choose from. If you buy at least one item, you'll get that free, which is a beautiful pillow there. With God, all things are possible. A multi-use MyPillow 2.0 at $39.98 value. Of course, mypillow.com/RSBN. The great Mike Lindell. So we want to thank you guys so much for watching all of this live programming here on the network. If you'd like to donate to Right Side, all you have to do is text RSBN to 855-575-7888. 855-575-7888. All right, let's wrap it up with a couple of closing comments here as we had a lot of coverage there this morning covering the NATO Summit.
Well, it really was a successful trip for President Trump. We've had deals done since G7 with the UK. That's a new agreement as well with Mr. Starmer, the Prime Minister there. So President Trump seeing many of the folks he just saw in Alberta, Canada for this NATO Summit, but now 5% across the board for all member nations per their GDP, with the exception of Spain, and that will change with a number of agreements if we do sign those. President Trump said he will negotiate them personally when it comes to trade deals with Spain, that he loves Spain, but for some reason they are holdouts on this and they are trying to take a free ride. But with the exception of that one member nation, it seems like the treaty organization is on the same page.
Exactly. Next up on our radar so far, until we hear from Carolyn Levitt or the president or anybody at the White House, is July 3rd. It is Rally Day in America, the America 250 kickoff, where President Trump will have a rally in Iowa. We'll be there for it. We'll have live coverage with it. Looking forward to you watching with us. And if you're in Iowa and you'll be at the rally, be sure to say hello as we look forward to covering that on July 3rd. For all of us at Right Side Broadcasting Network, for the great Robert McNeely, who shows tomorrow at 6 o'clock, the voice of reason, I'm Matthew Alvarez, and thank everybody here behind the scenes as well for their great work today and every day. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
To celebrate our newest launch, Rev 7, I'm bringing you an amazing introductory offer, plus an exclusive overstock sale that you're not going to want to miss. Rev 7 is our premium energy drink that tastes great and gives you energy all day with no jitters and no crashes. That's because there's no sugar and no caffeine. I'm so sure you're going to love Rev 7 that for a limited time you can try our 3-pack absolutely free. Or check out our Percale bed sheets. I can't believe I'm even going to say this. Every color, every style, every size, only $29.88. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to save 20% on our Rev 7 12-packs or try our introductory 3-pack absolutely free. And our Percale bed sheets, all sizes only $29.88, even the queens and kings. Inventory is extremely limited, so order now.